spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Teachers have vowed not to go back to class when schools reopen next week after talks between their unions and the Teacher Service Commission ended in disarray. During the talks held at the Kenya School of Government in Lower TSC, offered to implement Phase 11 of the 2021-2025 CBA but failed to meet the other demands of the unions.
Enough is enough. We wanted a CBA, we waited for it. Unfortunately, they did not give us. Now we are supposed to be discussing another CBA when they have not implemented in full this current CBA. Teachers, please, when you listen to that voice, know that is the voice of the teachers. On Monday 26th, don't open. Let us stay away and continue staying away.
Serikali imeonelea haitatulipa kwa sababu tukiangalia kwa bajeti hatuko ama hizo pesa hazipo. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, kati yetu that is walimu 1,130 hawaja promotiwa, na kwa hivyo tunaendelea kulalamika.
Na mzazi yeyote yule ambaye ana mtoto wake ambaye ni mfanyikazi kama mwalimu, unajua na unaelewa ya kwamba mfanyikazi yote anataka haki yake. Walimu wanauliza haki yao. Tunataka kuwaambia wazazi tuunge mkono walimu wapate haki yao.
And ODM leader Raila Odinga said he is transitioning from active participation in Kenyan politics to continental politics as he shifts focus on his campaigns for the African Union Commission chairman position. Speaking after meeting with Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi at Israel's headquarters, Odinga said he is committed to the African dream of prosperity, peace, unity and stability for all.
Not going to be very active in Kenyan politics henceforth, as I continue now to focus my attention on the continental campaign. But it is a phase, it is a transitional phase from active participation in Kenyan politics to moving towards African continental politics.
On his part, Mudavadi said Odinga's manifesto, which focuses on key issues such as climate action, infrastructure development and youth inclusion, resonates with many African leaders.
As a nation, we have always come together to stand behind our own, whether on the tracks, the fields, or on the global stage. Just as we cheered our athletes in the recent Olympics, let us lend our full support to Honorable Raila as he carries the Kenya flag high in the race for the chairmanship of the African Union Commission. Any other issues at this point in time are sideshows. We want to be focused on presenting a credible, respected statesman for the AU chair.
Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has urged Mount Kenya leaders to unite for the sake of development. Speaking in Kiambu during the burial of King to Kiambu Senator Karungo Thangwa, Gachagua said it was time to deliver campaign promises.
Sasa tutulize siasa. Wale walikuwa wameanza mambo ya 2032 tumeona wamekwama. Wale walikuwa wanaanza 2027 wamekwama. Come we work. Kuja ni tufanye kazi. Tufanye kazi ya kahawa, kazi ya chai, kazi ya kufuata barabara za maumau and all the other things that we are doing. And I agree with the Honorable Kuria. We unite kusukuma hizo vitu. That's why we are uniting. We are not uniting because ati tunapendana. The unity we call for in this region is for the purpose of fighting for the interest of this region and pushing our development agenda. And let us all unite. Kujeni tufanye kazi.
This is Githunguri MP Gathoni Mushomba urged Mount Kenya leaders to rally behind Gachagua.
Kuna viongozi wengine walikuwa huko kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna Gideon Moi, kuna yule Ruto wa maendeleo ile mashinani, Mheshimiwa Ruto. Ushawahi sikia siku moja Terry yote amesimama kwa gari akatukana Gideon Moi? Acha tuongee ukweli. Na ni nini sisi hapa? Kazi yetu ni kutukanana hapa. Kama mtu wako na shida na Rigathi wa Gachagua, enda Harambee House. Enda mutembelee and we must support him to serve. Hata kama ako na weakness tunamsupport. We will come for advice. We will fight your battles because you are our son. And we don't have any other. You are the man of the moment. Hallelujah.
Now, Senate Speaker Alton Kingi ratified the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza in a Gazette notice confirming a removal from office. The notice, however, comes in the wake of a reprieve that Mwangaza got from the High Court, suspending a removal until the matter is heard and determined. In the ruling, Justice Bahati Mwamuye restrained the Senate Speaker from publishing in the Kenya Gazette notice a declaration of a vacancy in the office of the Governor of Meru. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen. So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done.
I'm very proud of myself. When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom? I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos. Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. People hiding here and there, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man. How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will
There's a bit of a drizzle
laws,
in the city this morning, but let's take a look at what's going to happen with traffic. And most of your roads right at this point are actually empty. It's Thursday, and we'll probably see a little bit of inbound traffic coming in. Let's take a look at Ngong Road first of all. That was a bit sticky through the day, and we're already seeing traffic building up as you get towards the City Mortuary roundabout. If you're on the other side of things, on the Thika Superhighway, you're free and clear all the way from the Kasarani Junction through towards the city. Actually, at the underpass, not much happening there. And where it's raining, a little bit more heavier than everywhere else on Mombasa Road as you're heading out towards General Motors and then through towards Capital Centre, I think you'll be fine as well. The Southern Bypass looks good. We're starting off Thursday just right. It will pack up, this we know, but we'll be here for it. Also, talk to us and let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods as we try to keep things moving this morning. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist.
New Thursday, August 22nd. Huh? Is it?
Yes, it is.
It is the 22nd. And here we are this morning. The heavens have opened and they've decided, let's wash the earth. We don't know what is going to take away with it, but hey, we're here for it. Good morning to you and welcome. Since we last left each other, we are back here and we are alive. City, good morning.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Okay. Today I've decided I'm going to pronounce the G's in good morning.
Oh.
Most of us don't. Do you realize that? Good morning. G.
I am fine.
Oh, fantastic. Fine.
D.
D is what now? There's no D in fine. You're just adding your own things. You can't just create the alphabet, CT. The folks.
Anki. And how are you?
Oh, Lord. I started a thing.
Oh, hi.
Anki Doris Ombat. Good morning. No, you people should stop it.
Good morning.
I said good morning.
Okay.
How are you doing?
And CTE. Oh, I'm very fine. I mean, really, guys.
Hey, you've taken it and you've gone running. My goodness. I was joking.
It's good to be here, really, yes. This is fun. Love it. I love the
energy. You woke up well?
Oh, yes, I did. I got a bit of a drizzle on my skin. I love the feel of the rain in the morning.
How about that?
Wasn't very cold. Was it for you?
Okay, you will come to know soon. I love cold weather.
Oh.
I really, really do. I enjoy it. So I don't really have a problem with it. It's just that sometimes my throat decides it's not going to do like that. But hey, I really prefer the cold weather to anything else.
So your throat better behave today?
It better behave today.
Okay.
But now we can see clearly. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Hey. Next.
I can see all obstacles in my way.
I can see all obstacles in my way.
Okay,
the words are here.
But look, in my head,
it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
No, really, this is good. The storm is over now.
Hey. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Now that we are awake, good morning,
y'all.
Good morning, y'all.
Yes.
If you want to have the southern drawl.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, good morning and welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation as we're getting into it this morning. Clearly, ready to face the day. So, we have a couple of conversations, actually 3 conversations lined up today in the midst of everything else that's going on in the country. Our first conversation starting off at 7 a.m. We already know that it is Justice Thursday, looking at legal issues through and through, and we'll be talking with the Deputy Chief Kadhi today, and we'll be talking about enhancing access to justice through the Kadhi courts. We often forget, or we don't realize really, that the Kadhi courts are part of the legal system, part of the judiciary, from a traditional point of view, but still 100% legal. So we'll be looking at that and enhancements that they've made and that they continue to make. At 8 a.m., the return of the Finance Act 2023, there have been rumors of war. Okay, no. There have been rumors and that, the back door, I don't think it's the back door. I think it's the front door is flung wide open and everything is flying in. Economist Ruth Kinyanjui will join us at 8 a.m. and we'll be talking about that. It's back. What does it mean? How will it play out? And then Dan Stonomari will join us at 9 a.m. Impeachment and the rule of law. Of course, we saw that even after the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Mangaza was upheld by the Senate, that a midnight flurry of activity meant that the High Court then stayed the impeachment, and the case will now be heard on the 11th of September. something around there. And until then, she returns back to work and continues. What does this mean? What does the law say? We'll have that conversation at 9 a.m. All right. We see you guys all trickling into the room today already. We can't take it for granted that you join us every morning and that you rack up those numbers for us to continue Kenya's biggest conversation with. So thank you. We'll be saying hello to you in a minute after we look at the weather. In a short while, we'll continue with this conversation. Karibuni sana and good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants tax.
A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called a liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions and a bit of a sprinkle in Nairobi. 13 degrees. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's 14 and cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 22. And at 14, it's cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 19 and lows of 13. Cloudy at 12 in Eldoret with highs of 19 and lows of 12. Mombasa is cloudy at 23 with highs of 29. And 23 is what Malindi is this morning with cloudy conditions going to highs of 29 and lows of 23. Kisumu is cloudy at 20 with highs of 25. And lows of 18, and at 16 it's mostly cloudy in Kakamega with highs of 23. Looking into Kampala, it's cloudy at 19 with highs of 26, and Dar es Salaam at 24. Through Thursday will be cloudy with highs of 30 and lows of 23. It's cloudy at 12 in Johannesburg with highs of 25 and lows of 8, while Mogadishu at 25 will be cloudy this morning with highs of 29. It's 13 and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 18. We'll see lows of 12. While in a mostly cloudy Lagos, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 24. We're looking into a sunny Beijing Thursday afternoon at 32, highs of 34 and lows of 24. It's cooling down in Paris, 12 degrees. It'll go to highs of 25 and lows of 12. While it's mostly cloudy at 16 in London, we'll see highs of 20. Wednesday night in New York is clear at 18. Coming into Thursday, highs of 23 and lows of 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, 18 minutes after 6 o'clock, y'all are here live, isn't it? Okay, so let's say hello. Jimmy Ricker says, tune in this morning, says, good morning. Tune in from Mombasa is Robert Mbogo. And Linus Gitonga says, already waiting to be spiced politically. Well, spice you up, Linus. Don Salbo, the broad-based is a feel-good dose, not inclusive of interest. Okay. Charles Ray says, good morning, Spice. Abdallah Mohammed says, good morning from Islay. I decided it is East Lay. Allow me to...
It was,
isn't it? Yeah, Islay.
That's what became Islay.
Islay.
Right, because they
mispronounced it
to Islay.
Yes, just like Carrier Core.
Carrier Core.
Became Carrier Core.
The Great Corner. Do you know where that is?
Is it the Great Corner?
Dagoretti Corner. The Great Corner.
All right, let's bring
it was Dagoretti Corner?
The Great Corner.
Why don't we bring it closer to home for her?
Yeah.
Rodi Kopani.
Rodi Kopani.
The road company.
Oh, come on. It wasn't.
For real?
The road company?
Yep. Like Macadofia.
Yeah, wow.
Like Macadofia is actually avocado. It's just that Eric is not here for us to roast him, but truly.
Oh, that Rodi Kopani got me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The road
I thought it's
company.
going to bring it closer to home so that you can actually...
But the good thing is we localized it to something that was easy for the locals.
That's
English is in our first language.
This is true.
Do you know how we listen? People think we listen with our ears. Okay? We hear with them, but we listen with our brain. And usually, the moment you hear a word, you immediately localize it to what you are accustomed to. So that's what you hear.
Exactly.
Makes you function well.
Yes, exactly. That is why it is, for instance, you have slang. That is why it is you have idiomatic expressions, because that's how somebody has heard it. The language that is embedded and they were brought up with is what now takes force, and that's the lens through which, the filter through which they hear. And when they hear it, that's what comes out.
Did you guys understand the many versions of that I gave?
Yes.
It's like in my, you're right. Many
And then there's
It's like in my language, the word for, there's one word, it's called aqua, or it depends on how you say it. Aqua. Aqua is egg. Aqua, she's crying. Aqua, clothes. Aqua. Same word.
No, their language is what you call a tonal language. The language of your ancestors is also tonal.
It's also tonal.
Yes.
Even
As we are greeting as we are
exclamation. Go.
No.
Boss.
Okay, greeting everybody. Tibbs says good morning. Sylvester Kiengo says good morning as well. Dennis Hamisi is also greeting us. Evans Masi says good morning. James Kamau is also here. Monica Oile, we see you. Good morning. And Desmond Otis. Lucy Ndongo says good morning, everybody. Mwangi Kabugi is also tuned in. Nawase Tumetoka Githurai. Is that where you are? Okay. Margaret Wanjohi says good morning, Spice FM. Tuned in from Houston, Texas. Let's continue the great conversation. Good morning from London. Thanks for keeping it spicy. Thank you very much for being here, Ephraim. Peter Kiari is tuned in from Mombasa, and Michelle says good morning. Rachel Wanjiro is also tuned in and says good morning. Good morning. Ndu's in a great mood today. Well, let's see how far that goes. Gypsy Corner. Restuta Mtuku says good morning. All in the studio. You make a good team of musicians. Well, let's see if we can form a garage band. Hi, Spice team, live from the Situation Room. Siti Ndu Anki, wishing you all a good Thursday. Edwin Juma is also tuned in. Willis Koi is here. Nyakairo, the People's Observer, is here as well. Alindi says good morning. And everybody, it's really great to have you in the room this morning. Karibuni sana and thank you. CT, what's locked?
Well, we are still in the Republic, the Great Republic of Chad. Since the chief's compound got burnt yesterday, I thought I would speak a little bit more about the chief and those who purpose to be the friends of a chief. When you befriend a chief, remember, he sits on a rope.
What?
Sorry?
Thank you. You're paying attention. When you befriend a chief, remember, he sits on a rope.
He sits on a rope naturally, or when you befriend him, he sits on a rope?
He sits on a rope generally, and that's what you need to remember when you befriend him.
Ah, voila.
Okay.
He's not going to be there forever. It's Tito-Toto kind of balance situation. So you're going to be a friend of power for a very short time.
King.
Chief.
Okay.
Well, chief is king, really.
Chief is king in the traditional text.
So him not being there forever could be unless he dies?
No.
Or another chief comes.
Another chief comes. So he becomes ex-chief. Or immediate former chief.
Or ex-friend.
Yes.
In this
when
case.
he dies, he becomes late chief.
Yeah.
So that's different.
Oh, yeah? But see, maybe the rope means they're very slippery based on, the power they hold, and they can easily shift. Maybe they would be with you on this one side one time and then quickly shift their thought of you or the security around you and flip. Is it also a rope?
It can be whatever you want it to be, Anki.
That's the beauty of a proverb, Anki, and you've got the gist of it.
On me.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Whatever I want.
If you want the rope to be a snake, it can be a snake.
Indeed.
Snake.
Opinion is yours.
Opinion is yours.
Interpretation is yours.
You hear, you listen. You listen, you hear. How you take it, you take it.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at the headlines this morning. Let's see what others have to say about that proverb to get into it today. On the front page of the Standard, Raila ditches active politics for AU stage. Does he now? Does he really? It's all a wait and see kind of thing. His quote that circled in red, I am not going to be very active in Kenyan politics henceforth, as I continue now to focus my attention on the Continental Africa Union Commission campaign. So, I'm taking a step from the stage. Let's see. Today.
At what?
He's taking a step away from the thing.
Meaning?
In politics.
He's taking a step away from
local politics.
Local politics.
Yeah.
Active local politics.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Pray tell.
I don't know.
Maybe we'll ask somebody to explain this to us.
It's true.
Yes.
We could look at the details of the story a little bit more as we get past the headlines,
yes,
but I'm going to take it all with a bag of salt, not just a pinch. There's a story, actually, there's a picture here of now former, soon to be current, perhaps former Meru governor Kawira Mwangaza. Midnight eclipse is what it's called. How Kawira's light was dimmed. We'll look into the details of that because apparently it got quite dicey at some point. Varsity is told to admit students without fees, but there's a but. There's always a but.
Yes.
So from the ministry, I see what you're doing, CT, and I'm going to ignore you completely.
Okay.
The ministry said everybody go to school, whether they have fees or not. I'm focused.
Okay. I'm also focused.
I'm focused.
And I'm just supporting. Remember those who said this of secondary school a while back.
He's so confused, the guest host.
Go to school. You don't have to pay fees.
Go to school.
Headmasters said
which school are you coming
come
to?
School.
How do I sustain you here?
Don't come to school.
Are you mad? Are you KRA turns to AI. My dyslexic this morning.
No, this R thing has got you.
Am I
one of our listeners also mentioned that, tell CT that there's a word in Kikamba, the guy called Mutua, social media. I see. It's like a Kikamba. Okay, we got it. So R is dominant in our conversation today.
Okay.
So please R long. Do.
It actually says AI.
AI?
Okay. KRA turns to AI to catch tax cheats. Sorry. Otherwise known as artificial intelligence. All right. In the subheads here, TSC Teachers Union inch closer to deal. Last night or last evening, Treasury now released some billions to the TSC and to others. Some like this, so that, let's go to school on Tuesday, essentially what they said. House probes 14 billion shillings currency notes contract. There's a deal with the Germans to, print more money. You're going to spend money to make money. It's a marketing strategy. Come on. And this is literal. Spend money to make money. Puzzle of 62 billion shillings tax lost in edible oil imports. I wonder if they're going to use the AI to catch this one. But hey, that's another story. Opinion. Needless celebrations. When one is appointed to a position such as a cabinet secretary, this is an op-ed. They are elevated to the status of national leader, and therefore the team leader should not be used or should not be cheapened. Let's look at the other headlines before we get into the stories later.
I am very hurt that you did not talk about the Obama's electrify U.S. arena headline.
No.
Why are you hurt?
No. She left that for you.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
It was a plan.
Oh my.
Share alike.
That was beautiful.
It was, huh?
I'm not a Democrat.
You're not a Democrat?
No.
What are you?
But it was really, 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 really eloquent.
Okay, in terms
I loved the cheering. I loved it. It was, what?
You're not a Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, so I asked, what are you? In terms of political affiliation in the U.S.
In the U.S.?
Please don't allow City to trap you.
Okay, thank you. I am saved. Now, the front page of the Daily Nation, Ruto to formally unveil Raila candidacy for the AUC post. All right, and CBK governor finally reveals German firm that won 14 billion Kenya shillings deal to print new notes. And of course, State House hand in Mwangaza ouster. Did they have a hand? A visit to State House by a team of political leaders from Meru saw the Senate vote to send Governor Kawira Mwangaza home, even as a last-minute attempt at saving the embattled county boss by female colleagues failed. Very, very interesting. And of course, we're seeing the strike on as unions TSC pay talks collapse. And the Gigiri jailbreak still taking it to the front page, and the money trail. Now there is a money trail that is now being focused on, and investigators are reviewing call records and money transactions by police officers on duty on Monday when 13 detainees escaped from Gigiri police station. And a very interesting story here on page 3 of the Daily Nation, a mother's painful search for missing son. Those are the main headlines on this front page. City might want to look at the next.
Yes, I am looking at the Star, top right-hand corner in teal green. Court stays decision. How Meru bigwigs dimmed Governor Kawira Mwangaza's shining star. This is the story on page 8. Okay? Then the Star also has a call for support. President Ruto to launch Raila's AUC job bid next week.
Okay.
On your marks, get set, launched. Starting October, Kenyan women to get free vaginal ring in HIV war. Okay, this is something that has been in the making for, it's well over 10 years.
Did you say virginal?
That is exactly what I said. It's a pre-exposure prophylaxis. It is a ring that is inserted and periodically releases just the right amount of drugs that will stay or ensure that the HIV virus doesn't do the harm it normally does.
I see.
Yes, so it is protective. It is preventional. You get it?
Got it.
Get it.
Yes. The microbicide world, those who have been researching in microbicides, are those who have been researching how to kill microbes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
We get it.
Side being killed.
Yes, side being death. I've been working on this for a while, and this is something that is now being launched, and it's in very many countries on the continent of Africa. All right. Tension rises as Koinange family fights over land.
Oh, God.
This is a fresh row. This isn't the old one. Okay, has erupted over the ownership of the expansive Mudera farm in Njoro and is being claimed by both family of former cabinet Minister Mbiu Koinange and the relatives of Kenyi poet. Hey, tension is building, in short.
Okay. Why are you angry?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yes?
Bang in the middle of the paper.
Very good.
Exposed. Suspicious CDF Bursary Awards. This is a story that is in full on page 4 and 5. Okay? Audit. Again, Auditor General is at her sparkling best. Finds no supporting documents for the cash allegedly disbursed to learning institutions.
Really?
Yeah, this story, when you look carefully, you'll find that some of those institutions don't even exist.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, that was in the
and
headlines.
the students also don't exist.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need you to say that headline again.
Right. Exposed. Suspicious CDF Bursary Awards. Audit finds no supporting documents for cash allegedly disbursed to learning institutions.
People want to make me angry this morning, Abby.
Yes, we do.
Can
That's
we go for
the
a
whole
break?
point. Let's go for that.
Please, let's go for a break and look at traffic
Yes,
because
yes,
I
yes,
can't.
yes,
I'm unable to can.
Yes.
Let's take a look at traffic, see what's happening on the roads, and we'll come back and look at these stories in detail. The children that already don't have money to go to school, now that money that was supposed to go out in bursaries, you now ate it.
Somebody
and you
ate
expect
it.
that you stand up tomorrow and live and be fully fulfilled in the land of the living.
Unfortunately, they do. They stand and live.
The thing, that's what
my
they
language
think.
will say, Okoh. Taking a break. Hey.
No.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
Nairobi,
day.
get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening. A little bit of traffic coming in from Cabanas towards that interchange, and it'll take you onto Mombasa Road, but nothing too crazy right now. Mombasa Road all the way through towards Nyeri Stadium at the roundabout, and then onto Huru Highway into the CBD, and then out towards Westlands. Looking good. You'll get there in no time. A quick glance at the Thika Superhighway, and nothing cooking here, at least not for now. The Pangani Underpass will have that traffic, and we'll probably see that through most parts of today. But coming off of Kiambu Road, nothing much happening here. As you come out of Westlands towards the CBD, also going free, clear through and through. Let's take a quick look then at Landis coming in from Jogo Road here again. Maybe people are afraid of the rain. We'll wait and see what happens. As we get closer to traffic hour, talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
96.1 Spice FM.
All right, so let's come back and take a look at some of these details of some of these stories, right? I don't know that Raila Odinga is not going to do local politics sour. Let's look at what varsities have said about how everybody must go to school, okay? Looking at the story in a little bit more detail.
There was a but to it, wasn't it?
There was a but, like I said.
Yes,
there was always a but.
What?
VC is ordered to admit all students, including those who can't pay fees. Yes. Vice chancellors of public universities have been instructed to admit all students without fees, as in everybody go to school. Go to school now.
By whom?
Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migosi directed VCs to admit qualified students unconditionally and assist them with accommodation, even if they cannot pay immediately. Already we are shaking our heads because we already know what it's going to look like. The Ministry of Education wishes to inform all students who have qualified at university for university education that they are guaranteed a place in their chosen institutions, irrespective of their ability to immediately pay their household contributions. He said this in a statement yesterday. The decision is a reprieve for parents, but will be a major pain for institutions already grappling with inadequate funds, leading to half salary for staff. Remember that just a few days ago, Treasury said money, we don't have. So we have to start paying. There were certain universities that were already mentioned that you will receive 60%, you receive 50%, and even that might be bleeding into the next month. So already there was a money issue at the university. Now, Treasury has said, we see your money issue, and I'm going to raise you some 1,000 students who can come on your dime. However you're going to do it, magic, not our problem. You bring them, accept them into school. You get it? Now,
magic.
The decision, the delayed and half salary for staff is subject of an impending strike already called by the University Academic Staff Union, UASU. And the push to admit all students without fees, VC said, might worsen the already dim funding situation in public universities. Mr. Migos, however, said the decision aims to expand access to higher education and ensure no deserving student is denied opportunity to pursue further studies. Wednesday, Chief of Staff Felix Koskei said the government has released 2.8 billion shillings for university scholarships to the University Fund. He said another 5.2 billion has been released to the Higher Education Loans Board for student loans. It is not, however, immediately clear whether the money Mr. Koskei has said has been sent was to cater for new students or the continuing lot. The story goes on, but there are very, very, very many layers to this story, and it's not good like the layers in cake. This is not a good one because there's so many things that are happening that people are going to say, what on earth is going on? Remember, admission for universities is currently, students are showing up to school this week. That's what I meant to say. Admission has already happened. Students are showing up to school, to university this week, and staff were already complaining about this half pay, whatever. The funding model is just chaos. Then now you come and say two institutions who were already grappling to kind of, find their footing when it came to finances, that there's going to be quite a number of students coming into school and they don't have money. So accommodate them, let them go to class. How will it work?
It won't work.
There you go. Just what?
It won't work. This will not work. This is magic thinking at its very best. The university already is in the red. They do not have money. Many public universities cannot pay their employees. So you are now telling students to go and be taught by people, some of whom have not been paid.
Yeah.
We haven't clarified what it is that this categorization that was introduced is going to mean to the students. Now, that is piled on top of other things that were unclear. Now you're introducing more lack of clarity by saying everybody go to school. This is a confusing mix. What do you think is going to happen?
Confusion.
There's going to be an absolute mess.
There's going to be, or there's already.
Do you know the sort of bother and pain parents go through to just transport their children to school? Then university here being school. You've come from God knows where, and then suddenly you arrive in Nairobi,
Mm-hmm.
and then the university is not hearing anything of you being admitted. What are you going to do?
CT, most of these parents, maybe it's a first time student.
The vast majority, not
first time even landing
in
in Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Kirinyaga, whatever university you're going to go to. And chances are 90+% that you have traveled alone and you seek accommodation on campus, and that there are many things you need. It doesn't matter what CS Migos has said. The reality of the ground literally is the reality on the ground at the particular university. If you show up, you have traveled from Lamu, you've come to Nairobi alone, and you know that you're coming to live in school. Then they come and tell you, sister, there's nothing. That's the situation that we're going to be dealing with.
But what I've been asking myself is, yesterday someone sent in a comment and said, we never learn. As a country, we don't learn. Remember last time when President William Ruto himself, when they were talking about the capitation for, the other levels of learning, said, receive these children, money shall follow. Heads of those schools, I'm talking about head teachers at that level, send children back home. They say, how are we going to handle these children? How are they going to eat? The feeding program had its own shenanigans. Now, this is the CS speaking, but then it was President William Ruto. He declared publicly saying, let these children stay in school. But the schools are saying, how do we sustain these children here? Can we have a reality check and let's just not give directives and be real? That has been the question. We don't learn. It's repetitive over the years. It's just different levels, same thing.
Anki, is it? We don't learn, we refuse to learn.
Refuse to learn. Refuse.
This is not voodoo, okay?
So juju.
Yeah, where there are many ifs and buts and you don't know. This one is not complicated. Number of students, X. Going to public universities, X, Y, Z. We know this. COOPS does these things. We know. It's known.
Yeah, placements, yes.
Then you've gone and done this thing where you figured where they fit in, what they should pay, how they should pay, and you also know what the university's obligations are. Now, are you saying that the universities are prepared to receive students? Is that what you're saying? Because with such a statement, I can only assume that that is what is being stated. But does it also represent the truth? Does it represent the reality that our public universities have?
Even if we had dealt with a situation whereby there could be a latter intervention, then we have seen this happen previously, then we can say, okay, fine. If we had heard from the Ministry of Education that CS Migos says, okay, everybody go to school, universities accept these students and give them everything that they need. In 2 weeks, we are going to release money for 1, 2, 3 to happen. Then somebody might have a semblance of comfort. But right now, you say, just go to school and we'll figure it out along the way. How? This is confusion pro max.
Something this important.
Something as important as this.
Look, let me read this.
Just fumbling through and hoping to find the way at the end.
There is a word here from Mugendi. Let's just quote it. Said, we have been told that the monies have already been released to the University Funding Board and HELB. So universities will receive funds soon. All right, soon. Jesus is coming soon too. But in the meantime, we will use that as a weight, as a weight disbursement for the new students. So there is the soon, and then there is using what is there in the meantime. I think the children who are, however, got some little bit of money. Yes, we hear the bands and.
This isn't one of those hit and miss situations, huh?
All right, because that's
what's hanging on the balance is the future of very many young Kenyans. It's worse even when you're talking about lower levels of learning. It's much, much, much worse. How do you deal with so much uncertainty?
Okay, so before we go to the next story, let me just quickly tell you what the ministry released yesterday. Okoh. The Treasury released nearly 30 billion shillings by the ministry to the Ministry of Education. Released, whether it reached, that's
another story.
We'll deal with that one later. So what it's supposed to do is deal with school capitation and higher education scholarships and loans to students as follows. Number one, State Department for Basic Education, 1.623 billion shillings for free primary education in the third term that begins next week. State Department for Basic Education, 14.14 billion for day secondary education for the third term. 3, State Department for Basic Education, 6.1 billion for junior secondary education. Remember, JSS was saying, if you don't hire us, we will strike next week. Even high school teachers said, if you don't hire JSS, even us, we will strike. Yeah. They also released some 5.19 billion for Higher Education Loans Board. Now this money that we're seeing that's supposed to go to them. State Department for Higher Education released, they got or they are getting 2.82 billion for the universities fund. So now, this, what we are reading now, happened earlier in the day. In the evening yesterday, Treasury now said that they're releasing this money. And then, of course, everybody else in other departments gets some kind of money. But top of the agenda was education. Avert the strike, make sure that students who are actually being sent to school in the previous statement that was made by CS Migos, so what makes sure that at least there's some money in the bank for these things to happen. So maybe some light. Let's see. Over to you, the next story.
I just like that you said that, okay, the release part, fine. Whether it gets to them, another story.
Oh, yeah. We have to always take it with a pinch of salt. Right. When it's released and when it's actually received. Those are two totally different things.
Two different things. Okay, now, it's kind of hard for me to ignore the fact that education in other levels of learning is still a problem as well. Well, let's see if that develops across the day. But the Teachers Service Commission, that is the teachers' employer, yesterday inched closer to inking a deal with the teachers' unions after it received the 10.5 billion shillings to fully implement pay increment. The unions, however, did not commit to call off the strike, listing a number of issues that they claimed were yet to be resolved. Now, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, NAT, and the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, said the strike set for August 26th is still on. I mean, still a limbo for the education sector this far. That's something that I got a bit interesting today. Accordingly, teachers would receive their full benefits and arrears for July in their August pay slips. It also emerged that the payroll was to be concluded Wednesday for teachers to receive their salaries. However, indications that schools may open was evident as both unions said they would call their top decision-making organs this week to brief, of course, to give that brief on the outcome of the Wednesday meeting. Even though TAC and unions addressed separate media briefings, sources that attended the meeting disclosed that the union organs would call off the strike. 26th, I mean, schools are reopening. I'm talking about
Monday.
Yeah, kindergarten, all these other. So we're looking at a whole education system that we have been discussing all the way since we started thinking of, and we did it, of course, changing our education system 844 to CBC. Ever since, it's always scratching your head, raising your eyebrows. What's next? It's the floods. Oh my gosh. What? It's oh wow. I mean, what? That's it's not even funny anymore, guys. Like, can we be serious? We need the students to go to school. It's just as, we're going on strike or we ain't. So we have candidates. This time, we don't want to play with this. And I'm hoping that those who should do what they have to do got to do it because these kids are vulnerable, but they have the full rights to not access to education, but quality
this is true.
Education.
Right.
City, you didn't have an opinion on that one?
I do.
I was so angry. You
I
didn't
agree
feel it?
with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
When someone says something as you did and with such clarity, if you add to it, you may dilute it. So you simply let it fly.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. No, I am going to go to the People Daily.
Okay.
Right. Officers in court over suspects escape. That we've dealt with, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yes, but the paper, right in the middle, what we've was back in the middle, also talk about the 30 billion move to avert learning crisis. But the story I want to look at is counties now told to revive COVID-19 isolation centers for Mpox outbreak.
Okay.
Yes, ask.
No, so someone texted me randomly yesterday and said, Anki, is this thing already spreading in the country? And I said, please make sure you follow the Ministry of Health on all social media platforms.
That is a correct response.
For the updates.
That is the response.
That is the correct response. The thing is this, an outbreak doesn't mean that every second person you see has it. It means the disease. It's the disease. And the disease travels with people. Okay? So all you're being told is the same story you're being told with COVID. Wash your hands. So if you want to greet someone, fist thump. Okay? Gota. Go your way. Okay? These hugs that people are accustomed to.
Okay, I apologize.
No, I'm simply saying, look, read, internalize what the Ministry of Health has said as the preventative measures you need to take. That's it. It's really not complicated. Remember, health is a devolved function.
Right.
So when they say counties now told to revive, it means the centers did exist, but probably they've lain fallow because the need for them, so we thought, has not arisen. On this continent, there are so many health emergencies.
Yeah.
These things should always be kept alive. This is not negative. I mean, you're not being morbid. It's just that there will be some problem out there.
I think it's a good thing that these isolation centers can be called upon in the future, because I just remember sometimes the perplexed look that would be on the face of former CS Mutahi Kagwe when he would be like, okay, I need counties to essentially work with us here to make sure that these things are in place. But, it was already, kind of late in the game. So when we see that there is early warning, number one, and we see that there's early activity and intervention, I think it's a good thing. It gladdens my heart to say that, okay, we can work with this and that there is information, there's awareness that's being put out there. I would like to see a little bit more. We saw from Dr. Moth's office that, there's some information already starting to trickle out and telling people what to look out for, what to do, wash your hands. That message is already coming out clear. And I hope that we actually take this properly.
But also, I'm sorry, I also hope that Kenyans do not panic much, because sometimes panic could, have you in a certain mood. Probably you're now too careful, too cautious. Just be realistic with yourself and people. But my question was, unless I'm overcritical, do we even have these isolation centers? In Kenya, we like to adjust with what we have. If it's floods, we use schools for some reason. I'm just curious, like, which ones were these isolation centers? And I'm hoping they're not moving anyone for whatever reason, and that we can be able to be very specific and have
what we don't know,
some long-lasting ones.
What we don't know is what counties did with the isolation centers that they did have during COVID. Did they shut them down? Did they pack them up? Because we know some of them were makeshift.
Yes.
Did they pack them up with a possibility of then putting them back in a short time? We don't know. It would be nice to hear from counties. At the same time, we do not want to be alarmist, but we want to use the information that the ministry is giving out, and hoping that information will be, clear and that it will be consistent. It's in this time, it's a wait and see kind of thing. Speaking of wait and see, a mother is waiting for her son 56 days after Parliament raid. Important to look at this. The past 56 days have been tormenting for Susan Wangari Wanjohi. She has been to every police station and major hospital within Kiambu, Nairobi and Kajiado counties seeking for her missing son, Emmanuel Mukuria Kamau. Mr. Mukuria, 24, has been missing since the 25th of June when protesters stormed Parliament at the height of the anti-finance bill protests. The young man was among demonstrators who flocked the Nairobi streets to pile pressure on President William Ruto's government to back down on a slew of unpopular new taxes. In a video taken on the fateful day, which the nation obtained, Mukuria was captured in a group of protesters walking from Ngara headed to the city centre. Now, that's the last time Mr. Mukuria, who was dressed in a black vest, a black cap and grey trousers, was seen. According to Ms. Wangari, her son was a tout, and his colleagues told her that they got to the city centre on the fateful day. They further informed her that he was picked outside the Menti house and bundled into a police vehicle. She said, "My son was together with others when the police officers fired a tear gas canister at them." She added that when they scampered to safety, they saw him being bundled into a vehicle. According to her, some of his friends who were arrested that day have been released, but Mukuria has been missing since. When he failed to return home, the family that lives in Sunton area in Kasarani sub-county, his mother reported the matter at Sunton police station. Wangari said that for the last 56 days, she has been searching for her son on a daily basis. The question has to be, Where is Mukuria?
Where is Mukuria?
Where is he? Say their name. We have to say their names. We have to ask where they are. We have to ask what happened. It was seen that he entered into a police vehicle. Imagine the torment and horror that Wangari continues to go through daily. She's looking for her son every day. Where is he? Others were released. Why was he not? Where is he?
Where is he? She continues to believe that her son is alive. And that those that are holding him will release him.
Exactly.
If you can hear us, please text in. Also, let us know your opinions on these stories. Where is he? Say their names. Thank you very much.
Okay, last one before we go to the top. State House hand in the removal of embattled Mwangaza. Apparently there was a State House hand. A visit to State House and political interference saw the Senate vote to send Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza home, even as a last-minute attempt at saving the embattled county boss by female colleagues failed. With the impeachment trial on knife edge, Ms. Mwangaza's critics pulled a fast one on her by galvanizing senators along political lines. Sources privy to the machinations behind the impeachment say a team of politicians from Meru County went to State House on Monday and reportedly pleaded with President William Ruto to stay clear of the matter. Because in the previous one, apparently he had a hand where, somebody said something and don't let her go. So they came and said, please, leave this thing alone. Okay. Emboldened, the group then approached a Kenya Kwanza senator holding an influential House leadership position and tasked the lawmaker with mobilizing 28 senators drawn from the ruling United Democratic Alliance to its side, a number enough to send the 50-year-old home. The threshold for upholding the charges is 24 votes in support. The source said female governors attempted to reach out to the president, but Dr. Ruto is said to have remained non-committal. Kenya Kwanza Alliance enjoys the support of 30 senators after 6 lawmakers in the opposition vowed to work with the ruling alliance, adding to the 22 UDA senators and 1 each of Ford Kenya and the Democratic Party. Azimio has 17 senators with 13 from the Orange Democratic Party, 3 from Wiper Party, and Busia Senator Okoh Umtata's National Reconstruction Alliance. When the voting was called by Speaker Amason Kingi, 26 senators voted in support of the first charge of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, while 4 were against. There were 14 abstentions.
Now, what I'm looking at in that same story, it's quite interesting here that there are certain members of the Kenya Kwanza alliance that, did not take part in that. They had a different opinion, more likened to the opposition's opinion or view. And, of course, we saw with the debate on impeachment motion, the Azimio senators and some nominated ones from the Kenya Kwanza took issue with the direction things were moving. Subsequently, opposition senators refused to take part in the voting. They were joined by Kakamega Senator Boni Halwale. The Elgeyo Marakwet Senator William Kisang also broke ranks with party colleagues as he voted against the charges. Quite interesting when somebody said, however, if this is about the cows, 20 cows or so who died in Meru, then President Ruto should be impeached because thousands of cows died last year. Different opinions were flying, and as far as the impeachment is concerned.
That's really rich.
Very interesting.
How on earth?
Yes.
How on earth?
And that was Halwale.
Are you blaming the president for the death of cows in...
He said if Kawira Mwangaza was impeached on the basis of 20 cows dying in Meru, all right, then every other person, including President William Ruto, should be impeached because thousands of cows died last year. I mean, different.
They're stretching it and then they're stretching it.
They're stretching it.
Yeah. Yes.
Stretching it.
No, this one, it's like he wants to introduce new rules to elasticity. Come on, man.
What are we talking about, for goodness sake?
Politics.
I know. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Come the 12th of September, the High Court has said, there's a stay of impeachment.
Yep.
We'll wait and see what the High Court will say, whether the impeachment, again, will be upheld, because this is an appellate decision. We'll see what happens there, whether she'll return to office or whether indeed she will remain impeached. I'm going to say it again. Say his name, Mukuria, missing for 56 days. His mother knows not where he is. There will be no more extrajudicial killings. There will be no more disappearances. These are what we've been told. Say his name. Where is he? Where are the others who've gone missing? And I know many of you are asking, again, just in case you didn't hear, Eric Latiff is on leave. He'll be back in a few days, and the conversations continue. All right. The Finance Bill, the Finance Act 2023, probably coming back into not the back door, the front door. That's the conversation that we'll have at 7 a.m. Keep it here. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The government has confirmed that all police officers received a pay hike from July 1st, 2024 as part of the reforms to restore efficiency and integrity in the security forces. In a statement, Interior PS Raymond Omolo explained that the salary hike occurred in phases, with the first phase involving constables who received a 40% salary increase, with the percentage decreasing for officers in higher ranks. The second phase will begin in September 2024 and will involve the officers from the Kenya Prison Services and the National Youth Service. The recently appointed Chief of Strategic Communications, Brigadier Paul Njuguna, assumed office as the Kenya Defence Forces spokesperson. A statement issued by KDF indicated that Brigadier Njuguna officially took up his new role from his predecessor, Brigadier Zipporah Kioko, a position she held since 2022. Brigadier Kioko, on the other hand, took over Njuguna's former office as the Director of Corporate Communications at the National Defence University, Kenya. National Security Advisor Monica Juma has spelled out a 5-point plan to deny terrorist organizations access to finances and in effect limit their capabilities and reach. Juma proposed enhancing financial intelligence capacity and fostering joint collaboration, establishing a robust policy and regulatory framework to close existing gaps, and cultivating effective public-private partnerships to improve the detection and reporting of suspicious activities. Other measures include the consistent adoption and deployment of technological solutions to enhance monitoring and tracking, as well as developing strategies to protect informal financial systems from misuse by terrorist financiers. Nairobi residents will receive an additional 140 million litres of water in the next few weeks with the commissioning of the Northern Collector Tunnel. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja announced that his administration has geared up plans to end perennial water shortages in the country's capital. Speaking during the opening of a 3-day innovation event at the University of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja said his administration has initiated plans to increase the water supply to city residents. To the corridors of justice, and Chief Justice Martha Koome has pledged to champion environmental sustainability in Kenya's justice sector by upholding the rule of law, protecting rights, ensuring sustainable development, and promoting ecological balance. Speaking at the launch of the strategic guiding framework for greening Kenya's justice system, CJ Koome emphasized that the pursuit of justice is inseparable from environmental sustainability, urging the justice sector to lead by example and set a precedent for other industries. She acknowledged that the justice system has not always been fully conscious of its environmental impact. For the field and regional business leaders have outlined priorities to unlock business and investment. The new EAC Secretary General Veronica Nduva says Nduva is urging the private sector to have a different drumbeat for intra-EAC trade to thrive under the clarion call of Buy East African, Build East Africa. Nduva highlighted the significant strides made by EAC, including the streamlining of clearance processes under the single customs territory. And Kenya Power is urging you to update your prepaid meters before the August 31st deadline to avoid service disruptions. This reminder comes after the launch of a campaign in mid-June encouraging all prepaid customers to upgrade their meter software to ensure continued access to electricity. Kenya Power's Managing Director and CEO, Engineer Joseph Siror, says that the update is part of a global initiative to standardize prepaid meters by implementing the standard transfer specification, a universal method for improving token security. And we go to Uasin Gishu County, and the governor, Jonathan B., has nominated MCA Evans Kapkar as his deputy following his resignation of John Barorot on Monday. Kapkar represents Tembeli Ward and doubles up as the chairperson of the Trade Committee at the County Assembly. He says he's ready for his new role.
Kazi kama nilikuwa simply nikifanya kazi yangu ya kawaida, na hata mimi nilipata ya habari kwa mshangao na kama wale wengine, lakini nataka nishukuru tu Mwenyezi Mungu, na pia nataka nishukuru His Excellency Governor kwa kuwa na imani na mimi. Kwa hiyo machache nasema asante. Niko tayari na najua naweza.
This is News. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening at a few minutes after 7 o'clock with traffic this morning. It is starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway. We'll see that movement coming in from Survey through towards the Pangani Tunnel. Out past the tunnel as you get towards Murang'a Road, I think we'll be okay. On Kiambu Road, we're seeing some traffic as well. It's pretty heavy as you get towards Muthaiga Square. But in from the Thika Superhighway, we're going to come all the way in past Clayworks through without an issue. All right, on Gong Road, just as you approach Prestige at that junction, just because of the lights, there's some traffic. But as you go beyond that, I think we're okay. Coming in from the junction a little bit as you then touch on Kingara Road. Kingara Road out through James Gishuru and then touching on Wayaki Way. It's moving for now. Teke, as we say. Let's see what happens as we get closer to traffic hour. And then coming in from Cabanas, North Airport Road, that interchange, and then going through towards General Motors is not looking too bad, at least for now. Jogo Road flowing, interestingly, quite smoothly for now. Land is also looking good as you get towards Kamkunji. It's going to slow down as folks are offloading their goods at Wakulima. The rain is slowing people down today. Let's see what happens when it stops and see what clears up after that. We want to keep things moving whichever way. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. It's 7 after 7. Where are you tuned in to Kenya's biggest conversation? Wherever you are, sit tight. It continues in this hour. As we're getting into it today, it is Justice Thursday. We should be having a Justice Thursday conversation with the Deputy Chief Kadhi. And as we await that, there are some conversations that we will have, important ones that are making the headlines. I just feel led this morning to just continue saying this thing, that there is one story that has made it to the headlines today of a young man who's missing. He's 24 years old and his name is Mukuria. The question is, where is Mukuria? His mother looks for him every day and we have to say, look, where is he? Say his name. He's missing. He's been missing for 56 days. Where is Mukuria? All right. As we're getting into this hour and as we talk about those different conversations, what's the state of your health? What's the state of your health and how can you make sure that your health remains optimum no matter what? What do you do, CT?
Well, you have many choices, but let's talk about the choice that is being offered to you by the Aga Khan University Hospital. They're saying, look, we know that the health of every individual in this country is of premium importance. And to help it stay that way, they are recommending strongly that you go for a checkup. And to make this possible, they have actually subsidized the cost of that comprehensive checkup. And they're saying for the amount of 9,950 Kenya shillings, if you go to any of their branches, any of their centers, you will be able to procure that checkup. It's comprehensive, it's detailed. And you need this because it is important for you to know exactly the state of your health. It's absolutely important. If there's something lurking within your body, it will be discovered and can be attended to.
Right.
This stitch in time will definitely save 9.
Anywhere around the country?
Anywhere around the country. Anywhere, meaning everywhere.
99.50.
Yes.
Make sure everything that's cooking under is cooking right. Okay, where do you want to go for university education? Have you thought about that? It is the season, and many students are checking into university right now. And you can ask yourself, okay, so I want to do this abroad, and I don't know where to go. I don't know where to start. Well, Cradle has said, you know what? We're organizing the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. It takes place on the 31st of August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is going to happen at the Gallant Mall in Parklands, and you can do so many things when you arrive here because there'll be quite a number of top universities in attendance from the UK, in Ireland, and from Ireland, Cyprus, Northern Cyprus, Germany, Turkey, the UAE, Grenada, New Zealand, Australia, and the USA. Universities from these countries will be there. They'll be showcasing their programs. You can apply for admission on the spot and actually get admission on the spot. You can get amazing scholarships, which will just be there up for grabs. You can also talk about your visa consultation and the needs that you have for your visa. Visa officers will be there to make sure that you get all your ducks in a row, all your I's dotted and your T's crossed. All of that information available at the World Fair. All we need you to do is register. Go to www.cradel.com. That's CRAYDEL, cradel.com. Register because it's by invite only. How'd you get an invite? You register. Or you can call 0799 000 444. That's 0799 000 444. All right. We're getting into it this morning. But even as we see if we'll have our Justice Thursday conversation, there are a number of themes that are still a-buzzing. And it's made the headlines of basically every single daily that we have today. It would appear as though it's a big headline when former opposition leader, one who's been a freedom fighter, one who said a number of things over the last decade to 30 years about how the politics and governance of Kenya must change or how it must evolve, then says he will ditch local politics to focus for active duty on the AU stage. Before you say anything, allow me to read that story just a little bit. Kenya's politics could soon witness a sea change as veteran opposition chief Raila Odinga slowly disengages from the local scene and embraces the continent stage with the rollout of campaigns proper for the Africa Union Commission chairmanship. Okay, we did see that there are a couple of stints with himself and Chief Cabinet Secretary and CS4 Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi yesterday talking about 1, 2, 3 and how they're going to go into this. And then he spoke and said, I'm quitting so that I can focus on this. He addressed a joint press briefing with Mudavadi and he says he now wants to focus on continental politics. And he says, I quote, I am not going to be very active in Kenyan politics henceforth as I continue now to focus my attention on the continental campaign. Shifting focus on the continental campaign does not mean that Kenya ceases to exist. This is a transitional phase as we move continental. Raila's announcement comes at a time when the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition is at a crossroads over the decision by ODM leaders to join President William Ruto's cabinet. Raila Odinga says Africa is weak, but as a united Africa, we will have a stronger voice that will be able to negotiate more effectively. And this is where he wants to put his attention. Good? Bad? I don't even know if those are the right adjectives to use.
I don't know if I'm just overcritical, like I always say. I mean, when you say we want to be very active, it's like, I can't be biased, but I can't be biased. Yeah? Like, you don't look so bad. So I can't say, so I look bad, but not so bad.
Not so
when
bad.
He says I will
we
not
can
be
handle
very
it.
active,
yeah,
but a bit active. And then he says Kenya won't cease to exist. And the enigma. Is he really going to exit? I don't know. I think it's a wait and see for me, but I wouldn't really take... I'm not very convinced. I think it's a wait and see for me.
The thing about political speech, you must always understand what is not being said. It's like you need a lexicon, a completely different lexicon to understand political speak. When one says, for instance, we are told, this releasing of money to many ministries, it's not just education, there's a whole raft.
Yeah.
To understand it, you need to call the respective departments and ministries and ask, this money that was released from the treasury, have you received it?
Have you actually received it? That's a totally different reality from things that are just said.
Yes.
All right. Our Justice Thursday conversation will happen this morning, and we are joined by our guest for this hour. The Honorable Sukian Hassan Omar is the Deputy Chief Kadhi, and he is in the room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Karibu Sana, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. You are in the hot seat, and even as we get into this conversation, we are glad that you're here for this Justice Thursday conversation. So we want to welcome you and warm it up just a little bit. CT gives us proverbs from around the continent, and this week he is, in fact, I'll let him tell you excuse me, where he is, and then you can tell us what you think about the proverb that he gives us and how you would interpret it. Is that fair enough?
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Every time we talk about a country, we would like to give certain details about the country, so that people understand it's not just some geographical mass in the middle of Africa somewhere, but it has people and the unique features that the country has. We are looking at, for the last 3 weeks, this is the fourth week, we'll be looking at proverbs from countries in Africa that are landlocked. And Chad happens to be one of them. Now, let me just mention two things about Chad. The president is called Muhammad Day. The Prime Minister is called Alumai Halina. Their legislature is known as a National Transitional Council. What that means, I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
Okay? In terms of the dispersion of the faith composition in the country, they have three. There's the Islamic faith, there's the Christian faith, and then there are those who are referred to, if you look at Wikipedia, as others. Others include what they call traditional faiths.
Right.
55.1% of this country subscribe to the Islamic faith. 41.1% subscribe to Christianity. Now, those are the salient points of this particular country, which has over 200 ethnic groups. So this proverb is representative of something that these 200 or so ethnic groups more or less figure is an okay proverb for them. Okay? When you befriend a chief, remember, he sits on a rope.
Am I hearing you very well?
Yes.
Imagine
when
you
you
are
befriend
a chief. Now, I want to be clear. I did not say when you befriend a chief Kadhi. I said when you befriend a chief.
Yes. It's okay.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you think this proverb is saying to us?
When you befriend a chief, you sit on
a rope.
You befriend a chief. Remember, this chief sits on a rope. So your friend is someone who sits on a rope, in other words. What do you think they're trying to say?
The proverb, first of all, is new to me. It's my first time to hear.
Yes.
By my literal understanding and interpretations, the chief, and who's a chief, I contemplate who's a chief is. Chief in the olden days is the leader of the community.
Yes.
Now, in our context, modern context, he can be the president.
Yes.
So he sits on a robe means he sits on a power.
Yes.
He sits on a power.
Yes.
So it's up to him how to exercise that power.
Yes.
Of course, in a modern context, the power is being regulated by law. Yes. And the main law that we have is the Constitution.
Right.
Move from there and the rest of the legislations. There we are.
I think you put it well.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Sure.
Excellent.
It's great. It really is. And I think it segues into the conversation that we're having this morning, isn't it? Honorable Omar, we're talking about enhancing access to justice through the Qadhi's courts. And I think we would just like to, as we get into that and how justice is actually enhanced, let's just do a first kind of walkthrough of how the Qadhi's courts actually operate within the justice system in Kenya. So can you give us a little bit of that to get an, basic understanding of how the Qadhi's courts then do operate?
Very well. Thank you so much once again, Radio Spice. Qadhi's court, a bit of historical background, please, is from my understanding is that is one of the oldest formal judiciary that we had in this land. Actually, the oldest. Because this formal system was introduced to us by our colonizers. But by the time when our colonizers came, the Qadhi's court was fully functioning in the coastal region. The rest of us were traditionalists. We have got our own traditional system of governance.
Yes.
But the coastarians by then were civilized and advanced in many ways. So when the Britain came, they found this court fully functioning the way this court of ours functioning. And it's anchored on Islamic law, purely, right? So that's where we come from. When our colonizers came, they harmonized everything. Of course, they come with a law from that side. Most of the laws that we use is the law from India, to subcontinent. It was actually imported. All right, imported as it is, with some modifications. Of course, after the independence, we have reviewed those laws and customized it to our system. So the Qadhi's court was found, and it was a negotiated thing between the system in place then and the colonial government, that this court should be entrenched in our constitution. Therefore, the court find itself entrenched in our first constitution of the Lankas, 1963. But the jurisdiction of the court was reduced to certain areas of Islamic law, and that is purely family law. It is wrapped up as the personal status, the marriage, divorce, and inheritance. But all of them, from where we sit, falls under personal status. But these three areas were captured with the marriage, the divorce, and inheritance, and issues that are associated to. This court is part of our subordinate or the lower court, or rather the court of first instance. Here we have a number of the courts, and that established under the constitution, and these are the magistrate courts, which is the largest court that we have spread all over the country. Then followed by the Qadhi's court, tribunals that we have, and the court martial. And then followed by now High Court and the Court of the Equal Status, and that is how we operate. Now this court, when it comes to the application of the law in this area, we apply purely Muslim law, or rather Islamic law, or the Sharia law. That's what we apply, right? And that's what the constitution gives, and that's what the also legislations gives. And the area of the operations, we said, is the marriage-related issues and the divorce, and the issue of the inheritance. It's a wide area, a bit of wide area. And then, but personal status wider than that. Of course, of late, then the Waqf Commission Act, which is the endowment act for the Muslims, also gave the court of power to arbitrate issues of the Waqf. And the subject, the conditions that the parties must be professing Islamic law. And the constitution also adds, the new constitution adds also, parties must submit. Of course, people must submit to the courts before you arbitrate. People must come for them. You don't look for them. They have to come to you. That's how we operate. And the appeal from our courts goes to the High Court and then to the Court of Appeal That's how we operate. Thank you.
Okay. Why is it called the Kadhi's Court? Because now
Yes.
we know the Kadhi, or can we equate, who would we equate the Kadhi to?
Yes. Kadhi is an Arabic word.
Mhm.
It can be said Qadi or Kadhi, whichever you pronounce it. And a Kadhi in Arabic is a judge.
Okay.
Rather, is a judge.
Yes.
All right. So when you hear the Kadhi rather is a judge.
Yeah.
Hakimu. Kwa lugha yetu Kiswahili. Hakimu. Right? So this word, this terminology was borrowed. It used to be like that before.
Yes.
All right? It was taken as it is.
Mhm.
So to distinguish, look now, our system, in some jurisdictions, all the judges, whoever arbitrates your case are called judges.
Yes.
All right.
Judges of this court, judges of that court.
Magistrate.
They're not a magistrate.
Not a magistrate,
But no,
judge.
judges.
Judge. Okay.
But it's a judge of this particular court.
Okay. Yes.
Okay? The level, district judge, for example. All right? Or certain county judge, something like that. Very good with US. But in our system, we have different setup to distinguish. We have the magistrates who are equally qualified as a judge also. We call them who? Magistrates. Right? They run magistrate courts because we've got courts called magistrate courts.
Yes.
All right? We have arbiters who arbitrate issues at the tribunals. They are magistrate, qualified lawyers who sit there. But now when you come to the next hierarchy, we call them, all of them, judges from the High Court, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court. They are called what? Judges. They share the same title. Right? So we have adapted in our system these terminologies, these names for the people who man our courts. Thank you.
Well, it's now if I want to get a bit into more business, in as far as how cases are and access for that matter, looking at some records in 2023, especially from the, of course, the Judiciary of Kenya page, but because of course you are within that. Now, during the reporting period at that time, the overall case backlog in the judiciary went down by 17%. Generally, that's what they say, from 336,119 cases in June 2022 to 276,678 cases at the end of June 2023. Here's my curiosity. I would like to know how you're doing at the Kadhi level, because of course, justice delayed is not denied, but for a number of reasons, Kenyans and of course Muslims for that matter also anticipate that there's some pace at which cases are attended to at the level in Kadhi courts. How is it going?
Thank you for that. The issue of access to justice and dealing with the backlog has been an issue for the judiciary all over. It has been an objective for the successive leadership of the court, the chief justices, and the rest. And each and every court and each and every magistrate or a judge is given a target and is assessed on performance. Every year we sign a performance contract. On which we are gauged. And the court competes really. Court competes. The winner normally is given some sentiment to encourage. Right? So, as you've rightly read, there have been a systematic reduction of the backlog. I think you have noted that. Right. The Kadhi's court, when you hear the backlog, yes, we do have backlog also.
All right.
Yes, we do have backlog. But compared to the rest of the courts, we are the best performing court. In terms of that, we're the best performing. That's the court talks about it. Just find it further. Is the best performing court. I was accessing my court just yesterday. I was not preparing for this. We just had a meeting, LMD leaders meeting. We're just assessing ourselves, how we're performing, how we're doing,
yes,
and other things. My matters. This is one of the business court that we have. Nairobi and Mombasa is the most business court. The course that registers about 2,000 cases in a year. So what we have, the cases which have 3 to 5, over 3 years old, I have only 5 cases.
All right.
5 cases. All right. For us, that is all good for us, still. But we have to push and to make sure that we conclude that case. But why do you have backlog first in the first place?
Yes, that's the next question. Why is there a backlog?
Yes.
Yeah.
The backlog is being created not only by the courts or by the officers there, sometimes created by the nature of the case. Nature of the case and nature of the parties. Another day I was just returned the case to High Court. A case which started in 1990s. Right? It has gone through many hands and many hands. We are human beings. And we are also dealing with human beings. Some people are so litigious that if you close this application today, tomorrow you will receive another application. Okay? You have no system to say, no. I will not entertain your application. You have to give. It's still, if you say that, they say that access to justice has been denied. So this particular person will bring this application, you deal with this, next day you will come. When you start the main case, you will bring also another application. These are some of the things that causes what? A delay in the case. In the process, maybe you are a public officer, you have been transferred. This matter will be handled by your colleague who will be coming in. Okay? He will start divorce or sometimes a fresh case again. He doesn't know where to start from to grasp the case itself. So these are some of the cases, not that only are the judges, are the courts which create that problem. All right? But Kenyans are so litigious. That space of the freedom that they have, okay? It's really spoiling for us also.
I want us to go to a break, but there's a question here that I actually saw, and I thought this is it because I thought about it, even preparing for this last evening. Can only Muslims come to the Qadhi's courts?
Yes, I said that.
Yeah.
This is the constitution that guides us. We are a court of law, regulated by law. So our constitution is very clear that people who are supposed to get the service from the Qadhi's court must be Muslims.
All right.
Equally, those who are manning the court, especially the Qadhis, must be also Muslims.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Because it's difficult for you to apply what you don't even believe.
This is very true. On that note, let's take a break.
Thank you.
Let's take a break on that note. Enhancing access to justice through the Qadhi's courts and exactly what the lay of the land looks like is what we're having a conversation with Honorable Hassan, who is the Deputy Chief Qadhi, this morning on our Justice Thursday conversation. We're going to come back and look at some of the types of cases, the character of some of the cases that are handled by the court and how actually justice is enhanced through this. It is 28 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 12. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14 in a cloudy Nakuru, and highs of 19 and lows of 13 in a cloudy Nyeri. The showers are coming down in Eldoret at 13 with highs of 19, and we're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 24 with highs of 29. Highs of 29 also in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 24, 19 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 25, while Kakamega at 17 is cloudy. We'll see highs of 23. We're looking into a rainy Kampala at 19 with highs of 26, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24 with highs of 30. It is 11 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25, and we're looking into a cloudy Mogadishu at 26 with highs of 29, 13 cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 18 and lows of 12, and into A cloudy Lagos at 24 will see highs of 30. Kinshasa is clear at 20 with highs of 30.
Spice up your life.
Getting into a bit of a busy morning today on the streets. We're seeing traffic is starting to build on Jogo Road. Landis Road, not so bad. Haile Selassie, totally different question. In and outbound traffic on Haile Selassie, at least as you come from the Wakulima side. The other side coming from Gong Road, not looking too bad right now, but we're getting into the CBD and most of the action is there this morning. It's quite heavy on the Thika Superhighway today. We're getting towards Pangani at the underpass with quite some traffic. And the bug in my throat seems to have more traffic than that on the roads this morning, but we'll see how we can clear that away. On Kiambu Road, there is some traffic as you get towards Muthaiga Square, and as you're coming out of Westlands, a little bit of that as well. But again, Thursday doesn't seem to be too crazy. Let us know if it gets so. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our Justice Thursday conversation continues this morning, and our guest is the Deputy Chief Kadhi, Honorable Hassan Omar. And even as we continue with this, and we're looking at some of the cases that you handle, you did say it is a subordinate court. It handles issues of lower court, obviously. What are some of these cases that you handle? You talked about marriage, you talked about some customary law and things like that. But what is the length and breadth of some of these cases? And how, you talked about maybe 5 cases outside of not being completed from the numbers that you've seen. How are you able to do this with those cases that you do and able to wrap them up so quickly? Same justice system.
Well, the Kadhi's court, the way we operate, first of all, we do simplify the procedure.
Okay.
We have a very simplified procedure. Our court, if you see it, is the most friendly court. If you come to my court, you will not see the police officers around my court. Even if maybe they are around there, but we keep them a bit off. You know, when you see the police all over and you are a stranger, you come from a very peaceful land, you will think that it's a war in this country, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's true.
Yes.
During the protest, you will find the police all over, isn't it?
Yeah, the sight of the police don't usually give you that sense, feeling of security.
Exactly.
But it should.
That's what it should, but it doesn't. You feel something is wrong. Why are they here? If something isn't wrong, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the things. We normally have a very friendly environment in which we operate, and as the Constitution demands, and also using our scripture, the Quran, and the teaching of Islam generally, we embrace alternative dispute resolutions. This also helps us a lot, that we refer matters to the families, we refer matters to the elders, we refer matters to the scholars, Islamic scholars, and this really helps. And we normally adapt, since we are dealing with a family, we focus on end result. In as much as you focus on the delivery of the justice, we try to give sense to the parties that, look, the best decision is your own decision. The moment you surrender your own will to a third party, then you may not get what you want. The end result may not be very much juicy for you. We never know how the end result will be. And the other thing being dealing with the families, we also focus this family, even after the judgment of the decision, should remain as a family united and in harmony.
Right.
So this is what focus is, and it really helps us. It really helps us. Sometimes, so cases which are so much contested, we may resolve. You may not imagine, amazingly, within maybe 30 minutes, people are gone and enter consent, recorded, goodbye.
Bound by law.
Yes, bound by law. Yes.
40 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, when they first come to you, you'll just wonder that the whole village is here. The whole village is with you.
Yeah.
And they are in two camps, fighting fiercely.
Where do these courts sit?
The court sits, some of them in the main courts that we have.
Yes.
Some of us we sit alone. For example, in our case, we sit at Upper Hill. Our sister court we come under, because each and every lower court is under the jurisdiction, supervision of a high court.
High court.
Yes. So we under supervision of the Milimani High Court, right? But we sit in Upper Hill. Upper Hill.
Okay.
We have Mombasa Court, for example. It used to be part of the Mombasa Law Court, generally, where the whole court sit, part of the Court of Appeal. Now it's in the building. They're sharing the same building with the Court of Appeal. All right? They're separated. Most of the courts are along with the rest of the courts, where you have the High Court, the Environmental Court, the Labor Law Courts, and then the Magistrate Courts. All of us, we are together. There are some others which are, especially in northern Kenya, the Five-Line areas. Those courts are sitting on their own.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I just take you back a little bit on the ADR, alternative dispute resolution. In fact, they say that courts are not supposed to create enmity or what you're trying to do is to mend the relationships, like you said, and I really appreciate that. But if I could get a bit into controversy here, because it's important that we say it as it is. You talked about it's Islamic, and the Muslims, of course. And there have been, if I take you back to the gender conversation, if I don't know, but of course I'm sure they come across. There are concerns about even our own, main constitution in terms of the gaps within, the constitution and how the different judges interpret different situations, including the Sexual Violence Act, where they say, well, certain words are not very clear when it comes to certain gender. How is it within your courts and the Qadi courts and the Islamic laws that neither of the genders is actually violated, as far as receiving justice? I'm sure you've spoken about the families coming in and all that. How are we confident that it works for the good of every member of that family, every child, and as far as custody is concerned, and all these concerns that are usually brought up during justice concerns?
Very well. Of course, those issues of gender issues, when you talk of gender, is mostly, apart from Kikuyu land, where we have some problem with men are complaining that their rights have been violated by ladies. But the rest of the parts, I think ladies are the victims, mostly.
All right.
That's the reality, okay, which is in place. But when we are talking of ADR, remember, it's a guided ADR. It's an ADR that is guided by the law. It's the law that governs. It's the law that is within the parameter of the law that operates. You are not submitting 100% to the customary or the traditional system. All right? Where that traditional system violates the law, then the court has the control over that. This is the parameter within which you operate. For example, if the dispute is over, let's say, a dowry, for us, okay? So one of the issues, the dowry is a right of a woman, isn't it, on marriage. Now, if this lady is being forced to forfeit her dowry, for example, okay? All right. And unless she agrees, unless she agrees and said, this is my right, because of other big objective, okay, let me forgo. She's a person of sound mind, disposition, right? If she decides to do that because of the peace, there's nothing wrong with that.
All right.
There's nothing wrong with that, right? But this must be voluntarily given up. But rather now, this is normally guided by the law. Wherever we see that whatever resolution that they reach is not is violating the law, then the court will say no. Will not be adopted this. Please review this. Because this violates the law.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is what we're saying, that at the end of the day, the law is supreme.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter that it is a Qadhi's
yes,
court.
Exactly.
That the law is supreme.
Exactly.
So then in this case, would there be cases that the Qadhi's court would reject to take and say, go to a higher court, regardless of the fact that you've come here? Or are there cases that would be appealed from the Qadhi's court to an appellate court?
Yeah, of course. Normally, what is there? Ordinarily, if parties consent and recorded the consent, and that consent, the context of that consent does not violate the law, it's not illegal, court adopts. The moment that you adopt, it becomes part of the court records and the court order. Right? And ordinarily, such kind of orders cannot be appealed against.
Okay.
Consent.
Okay.
Consent matter. It's your own decision. You're going to appeal against your own decision. It's not a decision of a third party. It's not a decision of a court. It's not a decision of a tribunal. It's your own decision. But the moment that they find that it violates the law, yes, somebody can advise that, look, this is violating the law. You can come and apply and see how can that be reviewed. But generally, ordinarily, each and every case decided by a lower court, be it the Qadhi's court or the magistrate court or the tribunal, the party has the right, if not satisfied, to appeal against that ruling.
But to whom?
To the High Court.
To the High Court.
To the High Court, yes.
Right.
To the High Court, yes.
The costs, I mean, it's a joke that says the poor man gets no justice. You hear it around. It is no justice for the poor, and it's interesting to hear that from people from a democratic country. I'm very curious to understand. You operate like any other courts, but what is your assessment and your observation in as far as access to justice by those deemed less fortunate or of a different social class? How is it going in your eyes?
I agree with you. Law or the courts are really complicated area. Even for an literate person who, like yourself, if you want to go to court today, you can't just jump and go there.
No.
You must think through from where will I start, because there's a procedure to be followed. That procedure is not appreciated by everybody. This is a domain actually closed for specialized people, the lawyers, the judges, and those people who have been interacting with this system. Because there's a procedure before, and the procedure is a bit cumbersome. You have to start from point A, point B, point C, until step by step. And for your information, most of the appeals that you see in the higher courts, be it from the high court to court of appeal or from the lower court to the high court, mainly is focused on the procedural violation of the procedure. And most of these cases, especially in the cities, big cities, is handled by the professionals, the lawyers. If the lawyers could violate the procedure, if the magistrate and the judge could violate the procedure, you will find that your superior will tell you, look, you have violated this rule. Right? Then what do you think of the ordinary person?
Right.
It's a very difficult area. In real sense, it's a difficult area. So now, of late, we introduced an e-system.
Yes.
Automation. You're aware of that. We're automated. We are moving very fast as a court, by the way. We're moving very fast. And now you have to file all your cases online. So I'm just thinking of a lady who's in a Luya land, somewhere there in villages in Luya land or the Luo land. From where should we start? For your information, 90% of our clients are ladies, poor ladies, extremely poor ladies. And then also there are some certain court fees.
Right.
So, sometimes people come to us. They are referred to us by a certain check.
Mm-hmm.
You can get your right only from the court.
Okay.
Go there. So this lady comes and carry kids to you. How would you help? In her mind, she will come, explain to her problem, to you her problem, and get the justice here and there, and go with it. That's what's in her mind.
Yes.
But can that happen?
No.
No.
Especially if you're operating within a system, for example, which is automated.
Exactly.
Here we are saying everything must be filed.
Exactly.
So now here I am with my case, whatever it may be.
Yes.
Domestic violence, whatever. A sheikh has now said, you may go to this court. I'm not considering this automated system of yours. I'm considering these are my 3 children that I need to feed, and for whatever reason I've been abused, and I can come to court.
Yeah.
I don't have a house, but you're asking me to automate it.
How?
How are you how are you marrying the actual situation with a mandated automated system?
So of course we have got a desk that help. They come there, we help. But before that, you have to prepare your case first. Prepare your case, because you will not be a party to write for your case. If you do that, the issue of the impartiality will get lost. So we'll not write any case for you. What do? We need a lot of pro bono guys to come and help these people. Right? So the only place where the state can facilitate, to some extent, is the criminal case, where the state is the complainant always. It's the police that comes, ODPs, DPP, what do you call it?
DPP?
DPPs, and the rest involved. But when it comes to civil case, which is the majority now, civil case, is the party, is the victim, is the party who's affected who push for her or his case. In our case, mostly these are ladies.
All right.
Are they represented at the
Of course, they must be represented, yes. Lawyers are there. But can they afford lawyers? That's the question.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Can they afford lawyers? That's the question now. This is a problem that we have. Because those who can afford a lawyer, yes, they engage a lawyer. Those who cannot afford a lawyer, they have to struggle here and there.
Let me ask this question. This has
because we don't have a desk that will prepare a case for them. For example, if we go to a succession case, it's a bit better. All the forms that require to be filled are online. You can just download them, and who can access that? Only those people who
have access to the internet.
Yes.
Electricity, internet, gadgets.
Gadgets and all those things. Okay? But people who have never even seen a phone. In Kenya, there are people who have never seen these mobile phones.
And those are some of the individuals who are coming to the court.
In fact, these are most of the people. Most of the people have a lot of problem are the poor people. Yes. How do you deal with them? The gaps are there. That's it. The gaps, of course, are there. But the court tries its best that we facilitate the much we could. Okay? We have no resources at our custody, at our disposal to help, but we guide them how to go.
Kadi, when we hear of resources being allocated to our courts,
yes,
does that allocation include the Kadi's courts?
Of course, we are part of the court.
Yes,
we are part of the court, and each court has its own budget for that annual year, and there's a system how it's distributed.
That's question 1A. Question 1B: how are people who work within the Kadi's courts trained? Yes, there's the legal aspect which applies to all Kenyans, but it is a Kadi's court. What else must they be trained in? What else must they know?
Very well. Kadi's courts, first of all, the staff that mans or work at the Kadi's court are part of the technical guys. There's the Kadis themselves now, who are the judicial officers now. All right. The rest of the staff are just like the rest of the staffs of the rest of the courts. No difference. For example, you have the court administrator. You have the court assistant who's attending to the court. You know what they call clerks. Olden days. Nowadays we don't call them clerks. We call them court assistants.
Court assistants.
Court assistants. These are the same people recruited by the JSC and deployed to the various courts. Now, for the Kadis, for you to be qualified as a Kadi, you must be conversant with the Muslim law. That's the first thing. When the magistrate and the judge is required to be a graduate of a law, an advocate of the High Court, yes. But when it comes to the Qadis, we must be a graduate of Sharia.
Okay.
Because we're dealing with Sharia.
Sharia law.
We're dealing with the Sharia law. All right? If you have an extra, that you have also a law. Okay? You are also a lawyer, for example. That's an extra thing, advantage. But that's not a requirement as at now. Right? But you must be a graduate from a recognized university having the Sharia or Islamic studies subject that related to your field. Yes.
So,
and then that's continuous training by the judiciary of staffs and the judiciary of SARS, also part of that.
Indeed.
Yes.
So, 2 years ago, we saw that the Chief Justice was very, very, detailed on access to justice, and was looking at really graduating, in this case, down to make sure that there was access to justice across board.
Yes.
That's here. You've told us very clearly that in the Qadis courts, 90% of the cases that come to the court are those who actually seek that access to justice and are denied because of certain things, geographically where you are located, in relation to the court. Number 2, finances, social class, etc. So it would seem as though the majority of the people who come to the Qadis courts are actually the subjects of the focus that the Chief Justice had in mind when she was talking about access to justice, and let's make sure that the alternative sources, that access is far and wide, that we see these courts being set up across the country. Is it enough? Is it enough as applies to Qadis courts? Number 1. Number 2, what would you like to see, even as we see this access enhanced over time and across the country? What would you like to see that it gets to the point where truly justice is enhanced at the Qadis courts across the country?
Let me say that from the inceptions or inaugurations of our new constitution, 2010, to date, in terms of the access to justice, the court has taken a very wide stride. And the leadership, the successful leadership that we have got 3 of them, starting with Justice Mutonga, retired emeritus, and Justice Maraga, and then now our
Justice
Kome. Each of them have been having their own blueprint on which they have been building on it. And the main focus is the access to justice.
Right.
All of them, from different perspectives. Okay? Now the current perspective focus is on the social transformations. It's on social transformations. This is the main focus. And let me say that during the first phase, the court saw robust construction of the courts all over the country, and of course the placements of courts in various areas. In our case, when I joined the judiciary sometimes back in 2005, we were only 17 or less than 17 or 14, 17 somewhere there, Qadis. At a point we reached almost 56 Qadis spread all over. That's a growth in terms of accessibility, okay, bringing the service closer to the people.
Yes.
All right? There's a great improvement. We will find Qadis court in areas which are so remote in this country where people never knew what a court is. So in terms of that, I think we have gone very, very far. But still we have still to do more. It's a growth. If we look at our constitution, this constitution is giving us inspirations, which will keep on inspiring. We will not reach it.
Yeah.
You will not reach, but we will keep on struggling. So I think we are doing quite well. We are doing quite well. For example, would you imagine when it comes to, for example, virtual hearing? Virtual hearing, previously, people used to come physically to the court, wherever they are.
Yes.
But today, all over, at the comfort of your bed, wherever you are, you can be 1,000 kilometers away from the court.
Yeah.
But you can enjoy you follow your case very well.
Yeah.
You can be in America.
Right.
Imagine. And people do appreciate a lot, especially the virtual hearings. Okay? If you want to file your case, you don't have to travel far. Okay? You don't have to. There where you are, using your gadget, you upload it. But there's some people who still don't have those facilities, which we think that there has to be something to be done. for
be
them.
done.
So when I said, I think you misquoted me. I did not say that 90% of the people are turned away. Majority. No, not really.
Not turned away, but
really.
they're bringing their cases.
Not really. Of course, bringing their cases. They've got their challenges, and the moment they come to the court, at least they get some guidance and understanding. Better, far much better than the way it used to be.
Indeed.
Some guidance and how to go about, and eventually, of course, they will get their justice. Yes,
I know it's top of the hour.
It is.
Yes. But I just wanted to, of course, to speak about and I know you might not speak to it, but people with disability and their access to that as well. But next time, perhaps.
Indeed. Having a conversation about that. I mean, it has been enlightening to hear a lot of this and seeing how justice is actually enhanced and access to it is actually enhanced through the Qadhi's courts. The Honourable Sukian Hassan Umar is the Deputy Chief Qadhi, and he's been with us this morning. Thank you for being in Kenya's biggest conversation. More conversations like this to continue. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto will next week officially launch opposition chief Raila Odinga's candidature for the African Union Commission chairmanship. The launch will also see the unveiling of the joint campaign secretariat that will drive the AU campaigns. The government formed a joint campaign secretariat consisting of Raila's team and government bureaucrats to strategize this and spearhead the campaign. The secretariat is domiciled at the Railways building, which houses the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi. Mudavadi, while calling on Kenyans to rally behind Raila, described next week's launch as critical in the campaign of the ODM boss.
As a nation, we have always come together to stand behind our own, whether on the tracks, the fields, or on the global stage. Just as we cheered our athletes in the recent Olympics, let us lend our full support to Honorable Raila as he carries the Kenya flag high in the race for the chairmanship of the African Union Commission. Any other issues at this point in time are sideshows. We want to be focused on presenting a credible, respected statesman for the AU chair.
Odinga also stated that he will be staying off local politics so he can focus on the continental politics.
I'm not going to be very active in Kenyan politics henceforth, as I continue now to focus my attention on the continental campaign. But it is a phase, it is a transitional phase from active participation in Kenyan politics to moving towards African continental politics.
And teachers have vowed that they will not go back to class when schools reopen next week after talks between their unions and the Teacher Service Commission ended in disarray. During the talks held at the Kenya School of Government in Lower Kabete, TSC offered to implement Phase 11 of the 2021-2025 CBA, but failed to meet the other demands of the unions.
Enough is enough. We wanted a CBA, we waited for it. Unfortunately, they did not give us. Now we are supposed to be discussing another CBA when they have not implemented in full this current CBA. Teachers, please, when you listen to that voice, know that is the voice of the teachers. On Monday 26th, don't open. Let us stay away and continue staying away.
Serikali imeonelea haitatulipa kwa sababu tukiangalia kwa bajeti hatuko ama hizo pesa hazipo. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, kati yetu, that is walimu 1,130 hawanja promotiwa, na kwa hivyo tunaendelea kulalamika.
Na mzazi yeyote yule ambaye ana mtoto wake ambaye ni mfanyikazi kama mwalimu, unajua na unaelewa ya kwamba mfanyikazi yote anataka haki yake. Walimu wanauliza haki yao. Tunataka kuwaambia wazazi tuunge mkono walimu wapate haki yao.
Regional Coordinator Narok County Kipkoech Lotiatia has said that cases of students engaging in alcohol abuse at entertainment joints have increased. Lotiatia warned that businessmen found selling alcohol to children under 18 years will be dealt with. He has asked parents to be on the lookout during this time when children are on holiday.
Na wenye mnauza baa kufanya biashara,
yule atakayepatikana, nataka kuwaonya kwamba baa sio ni mali pa kuentertain watoto ambao wako chini ya miaka 18, amba mtoto ile mnaona kama mchanga yote. Yeyote ambaye anaentertain John, sasa tutakuwa rada kuhakikisha baa yote ile anaendelea kuentertain watoto ambao wako skuli, kunywa ama kuja kucheza disco ama kufanya mambo maovu kule, hiyo baa hawezi kupata kibali license. Na utakuta kwamba watoto wetu, sisi kama wazazi ambao tuko hapa, tuhakikishe tuwe karibu na watoto wetu, wasichukue likizo kufanya mambo ya nini, kufanya mambo ya uhalifu, kwa sababu wengi mambo ya uhalifu ni mingi. Ukienda kule kupatana za baa, kuenda kule mambo ya ulevi, mambo ya pombe, utumiaji wa madawa ya kulevya, wazazi ili wakati ambao unahitaji kuwa karibu na mtoto wako.
And Meru, Laikipia and Nyeri counties will experience power interruptions today. Kenya Power said the interruptions are scheduled to allow time for system maintenance. The power interruptions will occur at diverse times of the day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is News. I am Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, where are we this morning? And taking a look at what's happening on the roads as we're into traffic hour proper. We saw some movement coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and that continues actually. As you get towards the Pangani Tunnel, that's where it becomes a bit sticky. But before that, I think we're all right. Outer Ring is giving some traffic as you then touch on the Thika Superhighway coming from the Allsops Junction. But I think we'll be fine, really. Further up along Limuru Road, before you now touch on Muthaiga and make your way towards Kiambu Road, there is some traffic starting to build, and we know that it's also raining in certain areas of the city this morning. Also looking at traffic on Wayaki Way, quick look at James Gishiro shows that there's nothing here, and you'll be able to get through there without any issues whatsoever. So where's the traffic? Oh, well, there it is. Then some of it on Haile Selassie, coming into the city out towards Ngong Road, and then touching on Huru Highway through towards the CBD, and then out towards Westlands. On the Eastern Bypass, not too bad. Cabanas at the interchange, you'll find a little bit of it here and there, a smidgen of it also coming in towards Outer Ring. But we'll keep an eye on things and see how they develop through to the end of traffic hour. Talk to us in the meantime. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and the hot seat is hotting as we get into a Finance Act conversation this hour. Wherever you're tuned in around the country, welcome our audiences across all platforms: YouTube, Livestream, X, Facebook and TikTok. Karibu sana, and our audiences on KTN, thank you for being here this morning, each and every day. It's great to have you in the room. All right, getting into some stuff that you need to know about, but I'm going to keep asking the question this morning: where is Mukuria? And it's a story that got into the headlines today, but it's of a mother whose 24-year-old son has been missing for 56 days since the 25th of June, and she looks for him every day and says he was seen taken into a police vehicle, and she still cannot find him even when others had been released. Where is Mukuria? Say his name. He needs to come home. All right, getting into a health question. CT, maybe not feeling too well. The headache is headaching here and there. The stomach is doing a thing. I'm not quite sure what's going on under the bonnet. What do I need to do?
Well, there are many things you can do, but there's one thing you must do. You must determine what it is that is causing your problems. You need to get what you call a medical checkup. But to do this better, it needs to be comprehensive. Now, the Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, look, we are going to partner with you and provide such a service. We are actually going to ensure that it is something that is manageable. So for 9,995 shillings, they're saying visit any of our facilities across the country. Any, as in any. And you will, for that amount, be able to receive a comprehensive checkup which will enable you to understand, as you say, stomach rumbling, running, you'll know why. Headacheing, you'll know why. And these sudden bouts of illnesses that take people directly to the HDU and ICU, those ones.
Yeah, you can find them out in time.
And you can avoid having that emergency by simply knowing what is wrong or what might be wrong so that you can then resolve the matter.
It's great.
Yes.
And it's probably one of the things that you have to do anyway if you're leaving the country to get a university education, right? So you want to think about that coupled with what we're asking you to do on the 31st of August. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is happening on the 31st of August at the Gallant Mall in Parklands in Nairobi from 11 p.m. to 4 p.m. Universities from over 8 different countries will be showcasing all about their universities, and you have an opportunity to come here and find out what they're all about. You can apply on the spot and gain admission that day. There are access to amazing scholarships so you can help pay for university education, visa consultations because visa officers will be on board, and you can also get an inkling into what your accommodation would look like once you make your way to this university. It's a study abroad fair by Cradle. We need you to register so that you can get invited because that's the only way you're going to be able to get in. www.cradle.com CRAYDEL.com. Register, show up on the 31st, or you can call 0799 000 444. That's 0799 000 444. The door is wide open for that. The door is also wide open for very many other things happening in the country today. The Finance Act was shut down after the 25th of June. The president said, okay, I've heard you. Let me decline to assent to it. And that happened. And then all sorts of other things happened. And now here we are, back where we're probably seeing that creeping back into the window, the door, under the carpet. We don't know. That's the conversation that we're having this hour. And our guest, an economist, Ruth Kenyanjui, is here in the hot seat this morning. Ruth, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. Good.
Karibu. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. You're in the hot seat with a hot topic, everything to boot today. And so just to get your insights around some of these things, and let's have that conversation. But before we do that, we want to welcome you in Situation Room style with the proverb from CT and his bag of proverbs.
The proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Chad. We have been looking at proverbs from landlocked countries of Africa in the last 3 weeks. This is the final week. The week that follows this, we'll be looking at countries that border large water bodies, otherwise known as oceans. And these countries will be countries of Africa. Now, Chad is a very unique country. They have over 200 ethnic groups. When you come from Kenya, you look at that and you say, 200 is a bit many. Well, that's what they have, okay? And we have what we have. It's also the 5th largest country on this continent. We, as Kenya, we're only 23rd. Yeah?
Okay.
So let's be happy with our 23rd and let's stay happy. We, unfortunately, are not landlocked. The proverb: when you befriend a chief, remember, he sits on a rope.
Okay, so I forgot to tell you, and I'm going to throw you into the deep end, that usually with a proverb, what we ask you to do after you've heard that, because you're looking at me like, yeah. So what we ask you to do is tell us what you think about that proverb and how you would interpret it. So, have fun.
You're responding to the
Yes.
I think I'll take it from an economic perspective.
Okay.
Because recently, after what happened, Mandamano, we saw the president push out his CSS. And those ones who are on the rope did not come back, clearly. So those are the chiefs.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's more than one chief now. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So it's temporary.
Yeah, you can sleep. All right.
So the position of the chief, as well as the position of friendship, is also temporary by virtue of the fact that he sits on the rope.
Yeah.
Abi?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know I look smart because you said that? All right. Okay. Finance Act 2023. We're looking at this coming back in the window. First of all, can we just go through what it meant? Again, when the president declined to assent to it, it could have been pressure. It could have been, okay, this is not going to work.
Yep.
But at the point where he said, fine, we're not going to do this, let's go back to the drawing board. What did that mean for the country? And let's do an overview to where we are today, where the newly recently appointed CS John Buddy is probably looking at bringing in factors of the... Let's just do an overview of that first of all before we get into the nitty-gritty, Ruth.
Okay. Even as you give the overview, there is that clarity that ought to come in Finance Act 2023, Finance Bill 2024. There's all that in the air, So what are we talking about? What is the court speaking on? Is it the rejected Finance Bill 2024? Is it the Finance Act 2023?
It was clear it was Finance Act 2023. Okay.
I'll give a bit of background and why we are here. And why the courts were pushing us to the Finance Bill 2022, and what it means for the current political space, and what it means to the common Kenyan in terms of how things are. First, it doesn't look really good for the current government that Finance Bill 2023, which was the first one for the current government to be thrown out of court. Why do I say that? Because we see a lot of flawed processes and procedure in terms of the grounds that were making the Finance Bill 2023 be thrown out, which was really unfortunate because it means that after the Finance Bill 2024, people were more critical to go back to understand some of the issues that were also in the previous bill that were laying the foundation for the current government. And what were the main issues actually in the Finance Bill 2023? The first thing, which actually are things that should have been foreseen from a technical perspective or from a technical space of the people who normally work on the budgeting process. One, why is the income? Why were there no estimate of income? Because that was one of the main ground then. The second thing that was also happening is something that is normally taken very for granted in this country, which is public participation in terms of involving the public. And actually, public participation in most of the issues or even in the law enactment, and you all can bear me witness, has always been done ceremoniously. But you see, it is now the public participation that was ignored in the Finance Bill 2023 is the one that has come to bite the Finance Bill 2024. Why? Because by the time people are going for mandamano, they are saying we were not involved. Do you know, from a political space, it was showing a disconnect between now the political class and the ground. And that is what they normally want to focus on. When it happens like that, then we go back to the manifesto of the current government. What did they promise Kenyans that they are going to do?
Okay, let's just take a few steps back. So Finance Act 2023 probably was the first time in a long time during the the introduction of the bill. It's probably one of the first times that we saw such huge engagement by the populace when it came to the budgeting process, because it is part of the budgeting process. It comes at the tail end of it. We saw a lot of engagement. The housing levy, whether it was a tax, whether it was not a levy, was probably the main star of that conversation. That passed, right? Come 2024, we saw even more heightened engagement with the Finance Bill 2024. And then we saw the whole protests that came as a result of that. Are we saying that, and so just to make it clear, that what the court essentially has overturned is the case which saw the Finance Act 2023 now unconstitutional and said, we got to get rid of this. The Supreme Court now has come back to say, actually, you know what? We are vacating that order. The Finance Act then 2023 can come back into play. We are not talking about what happened from June 25th, 2024. We're talking about what happened last year, just for purposes of clarification. But what I hear you to say, Ruth, is that there is a connection between the two. Whether you want to say that it's 1 year to the next, I'd like you to explain a little bit further what that connection then really is.
Thank you. It's a foundation. The government was laying a foundation of what they are going to be building on in their term, in the 5 years term. And during the Finance Bill 2023 is when we were actually seeing the current government now laying a foundation of what they were going to build on from an income perspective, from an expenditure perspective, in terms of this, whatever they are going to put in place, or maybe that is going to speak to their manifesto for the next 5 years. If you look at the Finance Bill 2023, there were many contentious issues, but three were in the limelight, or the main issue. First, the housing levy. Housing levy went to the courts and was there for like more than 10 months before that was decided. The second big item that was there was people like maybe people who are in this room, people who are earning more than 500,000 and their income band was going more than corporate taxes at 35%. Yeah, you people are rich. Yeah, the other contentious issue. The reason why I'm saying you're rich, because no one went to talk about anything about the tax band that was very high at 35%. No one. Because why? Because the people like you and other people in corporate don't want to speak much. They want to be diplomatic.
The platform that we
want to be nice.
The platform that we have to discuss these matters is this microphone, which we used extensively.
Gen Z came to your rescue, guys.
In 2023, the conversation during the finance bill was very robust from this microphone.
Ruth, I had you on a set and we discussed this 2023 finance bill before Azimio Coalition led a whole.
I'm actually listening to what she's saying. She's not pinpointing people who do what we do.
Oh, Kenyans.
Yes,
people like us.
There's a certain income bracket that certain people belong to. And she is saying they were not loud enough.
They won't even.
They didn't even
now, they will not.
Okay.
Why do I say that? Because even when Gen Zs were demonstrating, I can be sure that all of us were in the office working. Why? And that is why you saw even the stabilization of actually the forex. The shilling did not stammer.
Do anything.
It was that actually it even went down from 130 to around 129. Why? Because Gen Zs were on the street, you and I were working, So the other third item that actually was also in the Finance Bill 2023 was the 16% VAT on fuel. Why the same class of people then, again, did not complain. Even when there was a reverse or there was a court annulment of the finance bill.
Actually, we complained.
We did complain.
Allow me to explain.
Middle class?
We actually bought less fuel.
Yeah,
that was our complaint. Our expenditure when it came to fuel, we no longer had full tanks. So, and if you look at the data relating to fuel consumption during that era, it did go down.
Yeah.
So, if the government had hoped to raise more money through it, that didn't happen because people were buying less fuel, they were consuming less fuel. Because now that in itself was a protest and it was an unspoken word that this is not something we are going to accommodate. Please continue.
Yeah, good. I like that. So what I'm trying to say that the fact that there were already those many contentious issues in Finance Bill 2023, then it comes to the advisory bit because there has to be an advisory aspect when it comes to the executive. Then who is advising the president to tell him this is what the ground is saying? Or do we all want to be appeasers, to massage, here and there, you know what I mean? So what are those people who are supposed to be saying the truth saying? Because the truth has to prevail. Because if the truth had prevailed last year in the Finance Bill 2023, we would not have had issues. Actually, the housing levy should not have been allowed to go through the court process. It should have been allowed to be investigated and the ground or the public participation to be processed to go through.
Right.
Then we wouldn't be seen, because it was seen by going to the court, it was seen the government is fighting the common man.
Okay. So with then that the act being declared unconstitutional by Court 1, that meant essentially that everything that pertained to it essentially would be vacated. And that either they had to go back to the drawing board to figure out all of these things that they'd already put in place, from housing levy to SHA to all of these things that were then carried in the act essentially had to be reviewed. Mm-hmm. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now, with the higher court coming back and saying, actually, you know what, we've overturned that decision, then nothing is going to happen. They're just going to carry on as though they were carrying on before. How, from an economic point of view, how does all of this work now?
I'll tell you.
And I'm sorry, I wanted to add that even as you respond to that, let's also have an overview of the Finance Act 2023 from an economic view in terms of what do you think it did to the economy? Did we meet our targets? Do you think it did worse than it did better? Even as you respond to, Ndu's question.
Okay. First, the second court has come just to bring diplomacy and state of harmony in the country. Why do I say that? I think it is in the Business Daily for Monday. There was already a contentious issue between the telecoms in terms of the new levies that had been instituted last year in the finance bill, and they were trying to see how they are supposed to be paying. But what they were saying, the telcos were trying to say that we are consulting with KRA to see what we are supposed to be paying, because we also currently don't know. However, they were still paying what had been rendered unconstitutional, because one of the things that businesses will do, they'll not want to be at loggerheads with the government.
Right.
Okay. So one of the things that the Supreme Court has come to do is to bring harmony, because already employers or people in business, manufacturers, were wondering, what are we going to be paying? First of all, we have already overpaid taxes. Are we going to be refunded? We know the government is very notorious in tax refund. That has never happened. Even if today you went to the counter at KRA and started claiming refund, it's a whole big process.
Yeah.
So the second court, which is a good thing, because at the end of the day, we have this country to ourselves and there has to be harmony. The fact that Supreme Court has rendered it back, I think it's a good thing, because first it will bring harmony. However, it is not business as usual, even as she nods her head. It's not business as usual right now in Kenya. Second thing, the government was going to revert to the old regime
of
the previous president, because Finance Bill 2022 was the planning and budgeting process that was done during Uhuru's time, and we know what was happening during the end of Uhuru's time. There was the current president did not have a lot of say. So he said.
So he said.
What? Yeah. Oh, we don't know. Also we had.
So we had. He said, and we heard.
We heard.
Yes, we heard a lot from other people, but
we're not certain.
No, the indications that he gave was that everything that was happening was outside his purview. Yes. Now, whether that was true or not, we really do not know, do we?
Exactly. We do not know. It could be a political aspect, and a lot happens in politics. However, what that means is, for example, it's you coming and having an upper hand in my house. You understand? Do you know what that means? That I'm not in control. So the Supreme Court has come to bring that order to show that still we are in control.
And we here being?
We are to get there, because we are to get to the 20. We are still in last year. So the other thing, that if we reverted to the Finance Bill 2023 in terms of income, I don't want to say it's a lot of income, because not very many people, for example, will earn over 500,000 for them to get to the next tax band of 35%. It might not be a lot of income. However, it won't to bring harmony in terms of the refund that businesses could have come and claimed, meaning that this year there will not be a lot of submission because it will have been seen like last year people have overpaid. Including you, for example, and I, even for those who fueled less, saying that I have this receipt from this petrol station, I can go and claim. And we all know sometimes we don't even keep those receipts because, for example, if he's saying we reduced our fueling, maybe he's saying we fueled 500. Before you go and say that nilitoa 500 to get fuel, it's a whole bad process. I can call it bad process. But the things that are affecting us as a country right now is the lack of, or not want, first, the breaking of law through the constitution and not wanting to follow through the law through processes and procedures that have been put in place.
So with this, it seems like a very simple, rudimentary question. However, are we saying that even with the declaring of it unconstitutional, the second court coming in and saying, actually, no, we're going to bring this back, you're talking about removing a state of disharmony, but does that mean that Kenyans will have to revert to, because there was a shout of glee that, okay, finally, some of the taxes or levies that were imposed on Kenyans in the 2023-2024 budget then would be removed because of this Finance Act being declared unconstitutional. When the court comes back and says, actually, no, we're going to put it back, does that mean now that there's a burden, there's a reintroduced tax burden on Kenyans?
There will not be a reintroduced. If you look at the span of time that since the declarations of the High Court to the reversal by the Supreme Court, that is only like 3 weeks. The submission of taxes normally happen on a monthly basis. It's a guidance. It's like bringing guidance in terms of submission of taxes, and I look at it actually as a good thing because there was going to be so much disharmony, but that not outstanding. I'd like to say there are a lot of things to be done, and you mentioned the issue of the incoming CS. There's a lot of groundwork that he has to do. We already saw the previous CS saying that a lot of things that he gave direction on were not taken into consideration. So what does the current CS ensure that is done? And I'm a CPA, and I like the fact that he's a CPA, actually an FCPA. So I know that there are a lot of things that previously have been, I don't want to use the word taken for granted, but have not been followed through properly. And if he can be able to demonstrate, and that is where the stalemate of even Finance Bill 2024 is coming in. First, you do not tax people on things that you don't even seem to understand yourself. Can there be seen to be an understanding? Because it's like I coming to your business and dictating to you, yet I don't even understand how your business is done.
Let's take a break on that note, Ruth, because I think there's some pertinent issues here, because there's already talk of reintroduction of some things, opening the door for some other tax measures to come in place, maybe totally ignoring 2023 and coming to 2024. It just seems like a whole jamboree of confusion at this point. Let's come back and talk about that, looking at the reintroduction of the the Finance Act 2023. Ruth Kenyanjui, economist, is with us this hour. We'll come back and continue after this. It's 28 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start.
A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. This character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, no, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14, highs of 21 and lows of 12 today. It is 13 in Nyeri, highs of 19, and Nakuru at 16 is cloudy with highs of 22. Eldoret at 13, cloudy with highs of 20, and looking into a sunny Mombasa at 25, we'll see highs of 29. 29 will be the high in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 26. Kisumu is cloudy at 20 with highs of 25, while Kakamega at 17, cloudy going to highs of 23 and lows of 16. Out into Kampala at 19, light rain, highs of 26, and into Dar es Salaam, it's sunny at 24 with highs of 30. 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25, and at 27 Mogadishu is cloudy with highs of 29, and Addis Ababa at 13 is cloudy with highs of 18 and lows of 12. Mostly cloudy at 24 in Lagos with highs of 30 and lows of 24, and at 20 it's sunny in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 20.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, looking at junctions doing their thing. Likoni Road touching on Enterprise, then feeding it off towards the other side of Likoni Road, and we're looking at that interchange, then going through towards the southern bypass, or then onto Mombasa Road. But I think there we're all right, just a little bit of that. So into the city on Uhuru Highway is where most of that traffic will be, getting into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. And as you're coming in from the Thika Superhighway, Pangani Tunnel, usual suspects this morning, traffic still continues there, and also on Kiambu Road. Limuru Road has quite some traffic as you then come in from UN Avenue through towards Parklands and then out into the CBD. That's where most of it is happening this morning. What's clocking or chalking up where you are? Talk to us, SpiceFMKE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to the top of the hour. We're having a conversation about the Finance Act 2023 with economist Ruth Kinyanjui this morning. And even as we look at, there's a lot of confusion, you know. I want to come back to that harmony issue that you mentioned, because I think it's still a bit, I'm not quite sure. We say that many people brought this. There were many petitioners who brought this to court. And this Finance Act, a lot of problems. Of course, the public participation on was big. And I think this sets the tone, it sets the ground for us to move on to now. What are some of those, confusing aspects that you mentioned before we went to the break? People went to court and they said this act on some of the tenets of the Constitution did not allow certain things to happen. One of the big ticket items was public participation. You didn't talk to us about this thing, so then you come and put it into law. Basically, you assent to it and we go ahead. But we, the people, had no choice. We didn't have an option. Constitution says, big no-no, out. Also, you talk about some things which you shouldn't actually levy on us. The fuel that you talk about, really too high. How are we supposed to operate? Court says, okay, based on the constitutionality of the whole thing, we're going to chuck it out. Okay? It's appealed, of course. Second court comes in and says, you know what? Nah, we're going to bring it back because we have the court, or rather the judiciary authority to be able to do that and say, actually, no, let's let it stay. Are we saying that that was done purely for the purposes of harmony in the country, and it removes the whole constitutionality question of why this thing was removed in the first place?
Thank you. I want to say that because first, for the government to operate, there has to be income. But I want to go back to the issue of public participation and why it is so important. Actually, the elections that normally brings on board legislatures is normally highly based on public participation. Why do I say that? Because everyone is allowed to go back to their areas, listen to the kind of people what people are saying. Then based on what people are saying, then the legislatures are brought on board and they are elected. So our constitution is firmly ingrained in public participation, not only in Article 10, but it is largely ingrained. actually even the IEBC is largely engraved on public participation. And the issue of being brought about public participation, and the reason why it has been taken for granted, is because it can be bypassed. Why do I say that? Because if it's advertised on paper today that there's going to be public participation, not everyone is going to see, because majority of people are already in their business. They are working, they're looking for paper. But however, I want to go slightly back to 2010 during our current constitution, when we were saying yes or no, on this constitution.
Yep.
I will remind you very well what happened. And this is what is supposed to be happening, and which doesn't happen. Because one of our biggest problem as a country is communication. Yeah, I can tell you for sure there are so many things will be shown, we will be shown, or that will be done or accomplished, and no one will ever know. Then why, before you even come in, why then is is government not very keen in communication, both of the good things and things like public participation? And you're given that work as SpiceFM, and you're told, please advertise that there will be public participation in Nairobi, in Kisumu, and all that on these contentious issues. Why then is, when there is say for example, a presser somewhere, then it will be sent to newsroom because there is what needs to be projected. Why then, I'm asking, even as an economist or a layman Kenyan, why then is that not balanced on the issue of accomplishment or things that needs to be done? Our communication is wrong. And if decision as big as budgeting and planning for a country that we all want to be in is done with ignorance or with ignoring the majority, what are we trying to say? We are saying that even by the time the bill is being taken to Parliament, and I'll give you the budgeting process. For example, for the Finance Bill 2024, the first reading was done in May. By the time it was being done, none of you were aware what's happening. It was read. By the time it's coming to the second reading, that is when everyone is coming to touch. Because Parliament then wants to come into to be party of it, and wanting to ignore, because the larger chunk of work will be done when the entire public is unaware or is quiet.
Then it begs my question then,
Yes.
that when because the reasons that you speak of, to me, are the reasons why the court said, okay, based on this cannot fly. So where does the harmony question then come in, with the second court then saying, well, okay, to provide some kind of harmony, let's now allow this thing? To me, it doesn't make it that way either way, because you already have a disgruntled economy, you already have a disgruntled people who, on the back of the unconstitutionality of the thing in the first place, have said we can't do this.
And I just want to contribute to that, and I want to be a layman on this one, because harmony, all right? Gen Z, you keep mentioning them. They rejected Finance Bill 2024 for a reason, right? And this was sent back to the Speaker. They deleted all the clauses. I know that. And then President William Ruto also signed into law the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024 at the time, which reduces government expenditure plans by billions for 2024-2025. Now, the reason for this, they're saying the budget cuts that he signed were necessitated by his rejection of the Finance Bill 2024, which had projected to raise an additional 346 billion shillings to finance the 3.9 trillion budget for the current financial year 2024-2025. The math in my head. All right, let's not ignore that he signed the appropriation bill. Let's not put it out. We want to take advantage of the fact that we have an economist. All right, we're talking about harmony. Help me harmonize. Okay? The Appropriation Bill 2024 signing, the cut budgets, and now the reinstatement or the returning of the Finance Act 2023, and then harmonize it for me to make it work for the projects the government has, the number of issues that we've had. We have the intern teachers, we have the medical situation, we have a number of things, farmers, dairy, etc., including some of the things that Gachagua has to do in his office, the coffee farmers, etc. But I need it to make sense, because there's so much happening in this country. But as you speak of harmony, it's not harmonizing harmonizing for me. It's everything is all over. No one's really saying this necessitated this, so this fills this gap, and this is where we are as an economy. Or are we just but writing novels?
Okay, let me come there.
Yeah.
Actually, I was at the legislature. We've taken the bill, and by the time it's going to the third reading, that is where a lot of problems erupt. Because actually, even the amendments that were supposed to be done were all wrong. What am I trying to say? There are a few things that we have to understand. There is what the courts actually, for example, will give an order to. For example, what the courts of appeal did. That is one. There is what, for example, the Finance Bill 2023, after it was enacted to law, there is something post that called implementation. And one of the biggest implementer for the finance bill or for the country when it comes to things like, for example, even the whatever happens to the Court of Appeal, one of the biggest implementers is KRA. We know that KRA has been lagging behind. Actually, standing here, I can be a devil's advocate for KRA. It has been actually been pushed from right, left, and center. Why? Because there is such a big disconnection between the planning team at Treasury and the budgeting team at Treasury to what KRA needs to implement.
How do we know this?
Because I'm looking at, they have a roughly target of 2.787 trillion by the end of the financial year 2023-2024. That's the target they're supposed to collect. But they missed the revenue target by 130 billion in the report they gave for the financial year 2023-2024, at least recently. So where are we at, like when you mentioned it?
I'll break that in simple terms, because by the planning is more of foresight. Is seeing what is ahead, or trying to see, or trying to estimate what is ahead. However, that might not, and even breaking it to even maybe better terms, sometimes the rhythm on the top is not in tune with what is happening in the bottom.
Well, I would say not sometimes. I'd say the majority
of the time. Yeah.
That's
and
really
I can tell you,
let me tell you, people have not recovered. Businesses have not recovered since COVID. This economy, if you can look, even before COVID, there were still economic issues that were still going on in this country that were still not in tune. COVID came and brought the economy in this country down for almost 2 3 years. The same people who are emancipated, you are going to them and you want more.
But you know what is odd? During the COVID period, we did have a time, 2020-2021, when what KRA collected was actually a target that had been set and was met. It may sound strange, but it happened. We actually did meet. Now, what is also interesting is that the government then, under Uhuru Kenyatta, did something that this government is doing the complete opposite of. They reduced taxes. To put it simply, that's what they did. They reduced. That's when this VAT on fuel got to 8% at that point in time. And there were other reliefs. The understanding was that there were COVID reliefs, but it had the desired effect. It gave the economy a shot in the arm. We were able to figure out how to move. Now, the effects that you say are correct, but as we speak now, even if we're trying to recover, the simple fact is that the increase in taxes sounded the death knell of that recovery completely. No, in fact, let me be clearer. I'm a bit vague. Absolutely. Because anyone who imagines for a single second that the country is going to get out of the recession we are in by overtaxing the citizenry, that is not a dream, it's a nightmare. It won't happen. So I don't know why they keep insisting, but it simply won't happen.
I like, because he has asked a question and answered it.
That was the general idea.
The reason, the reason why that happened in 2021 is because the estimates were low. It was realistic. Actually, the word that we are missing here is they were realistic. There was listening to because we normally say we need to be real. And that word real applies even to the numbers. We have to be realistic. And the reason that happened in 2021, because the real issues on the ground were speaking to the numbers of the projection that were happening to the country. And as a result, KRA as an implementer was able to easily meet its numbers because the reality on the ground was resonating with both whatever the numbers that had been projected from Treasury, and they were easy to implement.
Okay. For what reason, from an economic point of view, why would a nation, anybody, make a decision on a budget that is astronomical in terms of amount, and then you don't have the source for that budget? Why would you do that? It's like going to the tailor and you say, look, I have 1.5 yards of fabric and I want to make a dress with a flowing cape that is 5 meters long. So I'm telling you, the tailor, look, I don't care, fit the thing, and it must be 5. The train must have 5 meters, but I only have 1.5 meters of fabric. Why would you do that?
Assuming you are going for an event with that fabric, do you know you are setting yourself up for embarrassment? Assuming that was your event. You understand? There is no way a country, for example, you cannot ignore people who are working. And one of the things that has been supporting this country a lot is that the fact that we have a vibrant private sector. That private sector, I can tell you for a fact, it is not that supported, like in terms of initiative and all that. Actually, that private sector doesn't even complain as much. Yet they are the people who work. There are no incentives. And I can maybe give an example with the one line item that I really like giving, because it's something that has been ignored. For example, agriculture. Agriculture in this country is one of the things that has been ignored, yet largely from an economic perspective is a sector that really...
Ignored.
Yeah.
Ignored
from the fact that budget allocations for agriculture, which was known, or I don't know if it's still known as the backbone of the economy.
It is. It is.
Yeah. So it is only allocated 67 billion. So 67 billion, for example, saying that just from the papers yesterday and today, the fact that maybe the printing of money is taking 15 billion for something that maybe is a one-off. A sector that should be the backbone of economy being given 67 billion. Actually, it means that sector is not supported at all. So ignoring the sectors that actually, all the sectors that support this economy are not supported from a government. The government does not invest in them. It's like, do you know what that means? It's like the way it rains and some vegetables just grow and you go pluck and eat. Do you get me? That is the biggest problem we are having in our Kenya. And then you see somebody, they have those vegetables they're picking, then you go and decide that you're going to say that those vegetables are yours. I'm just giving very simple examples for us to understand.
I'm sorry to interject. It's very rude of me to do that.
Please do.
So that I don't lose track of this thought. She asked, why would a government go that far? I mean, it's cognizant of the fact that we came post-COVID, post the drought, Russian war, of course. But you heard what C.S. Njuguna said when he was handing over the notes to Mbadi. He said, Kenya must exit the grey list. I mean, we have to get rid of debts. We have to deal with these things. President Ruto is usually pushing that as well. He said, short-term pain, long-term gain, whatever it takes. We're not taking loans to pay your salaries. As an economist, he said we're not borrowing to pay salaries. We need to work out as a country
how it's going to happen.
You know how it's going to happen. But and if it has to tax you more, then we gotta do what we gotta do.
We have to, as a country, Anki,
Yes.
and yet as a country, we are not involved in the decision making that get us into this mess. The decisions are made by these very people. Yes, Debt is something that in this country is so clearly outlined in our constitution. It is actually shocking. I'm simply trying to say that when the leader of the country speaks, take the view that he is speaking and end it there. Do not take it beyond that. And I'm saying that we know how we got into this debt. You know how? We borrowed.
All right. Then how do we pay the debt? Because that's the problem. And or balance it or minimize.
Actually, I like
and get off the grey list.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense. Which debt? Because...
And what was it used for?
Our constitution is clear. You borrow for development. Now, if we are not clear as to what the money did, where it went to, but yet we know it was borrowed, it's a question that is being asked. Why are we paying for something that we did not get? We. It was meant for us. It was our money. We didn't get it. We didn't use it. It didn't benefit us. So why is it suddenly a debt?
And that is where you connect now with this whole Finance Act.
Yeah.
That's where the connection is. Because the finance bill essentially is going to tell you that over the next 1 year, government is going to get money from here, 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 and here to do the things that you need to do. Pay debt, run the country, pay your overheads, etc., etc. Now, if they're saying one of the bigger ticket items is debt repayment from a finance bill, or in this case now from a Finance Act 2023, and this pertinent thing that CT is saying that 70% of the income we're paying is towards a debt that we don't even know where it went.
We don't even know it exists.
Actually, I'll take him back to a simple debt that was so contentious. Eurobond. Eurobond. One of the reasons we are going through some of the hardest things that we are doing or going through right now, and maybe it's a whole issue about loans that were taken, but they never did what they were supposed to do. There is nothing to show for them, yet we are paying for them. This year, everyone was worried because we had the bullet payment on the 24th of June of Eurobond, and how that was shaking this country, whether we are going to end the Ghana way of not being able, or Ethiopia, the way we are not going to be able to pay our Eurobond. However, there was a renegotiation with a slightly higher interest loan to fill in for that one. The main problem is not even how the finance bill will be done, but the accountability going forward, especially on the people on the ground. And worse, it is worse when a loan is taken and it doesn't do anything for this country. He has talked about, you've talked about a loan is supposed to come to do something that is
development.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when there's nothing to show, when that money goes to people's pocket, what should we be saying for this country? Because
that is against the law.
But what is even worrying? We're worried about these foreign debts.
Yeah.
You go back to around 2015 and thereabouts when Europe had similar problems, recession, what have you, and there's always the discussion around Greece and what happened. There is the small matter when you look at other countries who have what you call a debt ratio that is in over 100%. Many of these countries tend to borrow in their own currency. So the vagaries or the fluctuations of these currencies, like we have when the dollar does a thing, we also do several things. It doesn't occur to them. The US borrow in their currency. The UK borrow in their currency. Now let me be a little cheeky here. It's not possible to actually have problems. You know why? They can print more money. Okay? It is their money, they print it. All right? We need to be careful. Because when you talk of borrowing, you think all this borrowing is foreign. It's almost 50-50, what we borrow locally and what we borrow
externally. Domestic borrowing.
Now, if we have a problem locally, what do you think is going to happen? Because defaulting isn't, you are thinking defaulting to these are the big, but what about local?
Back home.
Yes.
I like the fact that you've talked about even domestic borrowing. And right now, actually, domestic borrowing is going all the way to 18%. And the reason why actually the base rate had been increased to 12% by central bank last year is because inflation had gone all up to 9.5%. However, this year, things have actually, if there's a year that has been different, is this year. Why? Inflation has gone down to 4.5. 4.5, the major contribution of falling inflation is because one thing this year you've not seen, Sijui, there is drought, Sijui people are suffering, Sijui there is no food. Why? Because even the weather conditions ensure that everyone can be able to afford food. The fact that there is affordability of basic commodities really stabilizes our inflation. However, we haven't seen the central bank just reduce that from 13% to 12.75. Why didn't it take it back to 9% or even 8%?
Okay, in a minute, Ruth, what would the desire be for CS Mbadi as he takes the reins? Because we're still, nothing has changed really in terms of the economy. What would be the hope for him?
First, he has to find out what are the assumptions that the government is using, because the current assumptions that were there are not existent, or they do not work, and they do not fit this country. They are not for this country. They must have been borrowed somewhere else. What are the new assumptions that he's going to base his next financial planning and budgeting? And something that is going to be, or to give confidence to his boss, who is the president, so that he is at best placed in the next not only few years to come, but even his next election. What base? What is he going to base and ensure that there is no an uproar from common mwananchi?
How about putting back money into my pocket?
But even Ndungu, the current CS, in this matter, they are helpless.
Helpless.
Yes, they are helpless. This thing is actually beyond them. Unless they're telling us they have powers that we can't see.
With large brushstrokes, CT is painting a picture of doom and gloom.
Yes, I am painting a picture of reality, because the people who are calling the shots are not the people you're mentioning. They are not calling the shots.
Well, it's going to be an interesting time. The next 12 months will be very, very interesting in terms of what's going to happen with the economy, and we'll keep an eye on these things, and we continue to have those robust conversations about them. Ruth Kenyanjui, economist, thank you for being here this morning to shed some light on some of these matters. The conversations definitely continue. Asante Sana for being here. As we come to the end of this hour, our next conversation is looking at impeachments and the rule of law. What happens with that? Lawyer Danson Amari will be in the hot seat thereafter. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The government will not tolerate illegal mining and smuggling of minerals. Mining and Blue Economy Cabinet Secretary Hassan Joho said the state is ready to take all measures to safeguard country's minerals through a major crackdown. The CS said the government will station mining officers at all border points to prevent the illegal export of the resources. Joho said the government is losing billions to illegal mining, and this includes non-remittance of royalties. The government is committed to clean up the sector, warning those involved in illegal activities that their days are numbered. You will pay 14 billion shillings to replenish old currency notes for the next 5 years. The Central Bank of Kenya disclosed this in a meeting with the Finance Committee of the National Assembly, chaired by Molo MP Kimani Kuria. It emerged it would take an average of $53, that is 6,800 shillings, to print 1,000 pieces of banknotes. CBK Governor Kamau Thuge defended the direct procurement of German firm G+D. The firm is expected to print 460 million pieces of 50 shillings notes, 690 million pieces of 100 shillings notes, 260 million of 200 notes, and 170 million of 500 notes, and 460 million pieces of 1,000 shillings notes. And a fresh row has erupted over the ownership of the expansive Muthera farm in Joro being claimed by two groups. The family of former Minister Mbiu Koinange is locked up in a long-running dispute with the relatives of the late Kikenyi Mpoi. The farm in Nakuru measures over 4,300 acres in a prime for agricultural production. There has been tension at the farm following a recent clash between the two groups after members of the Koinange family had an orientation tour for a new group of managers. A week ago, a group allied to the Mpoi family confronted those accompanying the Koinanges, leading to a near physical confrontation. Police were deployed and averted chaos. The controversy has turned into a security threat, according to the local administration. Mount Narok Assistant County Commissioner Frederick Munda said they were, however, making efforts to help resolve the row. Now, a section of female legislators have strongly condemned the recent gender-based violence femicide cases against women and girls. While reacting to the recent killing of women in Rongai sub-county of Nakuru County, the lawmakers called on security agencies to ensure perpetrators are brought to book. The women representatives from various counties were speaking in Nakuru during the distribution of empowerment equipment to various women groups under the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF. Led by host Nakuru woman representative Lisa Chelule, they decried the recent atrocities against women and girls in various counties. Now, Kirinyaga County Government has pledged to work closely with the national government to help decongest prisons through the Community Services Orders Program. The collaboration with the State Department for Correctional Services will also allow offenders to engage in public work across various county facilities, including hospitals and markets, benefiting the community while serving their sentences. The commitment was highlighted during a visit by Principal Secretary in the State Department for Correctional Services, Dr. Salome Muhia Biko, and Commissioner General of Prisons, Patrick Arunda, who toured the ongoing projects at Kerugoya and Moya GK prisons. The visit aimed to inspect the progress of these projects and discuss further collaboration, particularly in enhancing food production and reducing overcrowding in prisons. Now, a notorious figure known for motor vehicle break-ins and theft across Mombasa and its environs has been apprehended. The suspect was arraigned before the Mombasa Law Courts by DCI Changamwe officers in connection with a car break-in that led to the disappearance of 1.4 million shillings. Njagi is the prime suspect in the brazen theft that took place on June 6th at Naivas Likoni parking lot. He allegedly broke into a vehicle through the driver's door, stealing 1.45 million shillings. In a coordinated operation, detectives from DCI Langata tracked down Njagi at his hideout in Nairobi and arrested him. Now, controversial influencer Andrew Tate has been remanded in custody as part of an investigation into new allegations against him. He and his brother Tristan were taken in for questioning by Romania's Serious Crime Agency as police searched his home. The internet personality was already awaiting trial for rape and human trafficking, but could potentially now face additional charges of sex with and trafficking in underage persons, as well as money laundering and attempting to influence witnesses. According to the prosecutors, Andrew and Tristan Tate, who have a massive following on social media, have denied all previous charges against them. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, what's happening? We're coming to 9 o'clock. Traffic in the city today? Not really. It's not been too difficult getting out and about. The Thika Superhighway, imagine at 9 o'clock, traffic is done completely. Even at the underpass, we're not seeing much of anything at all. You're going to get into the CBD really quickly, but I'm going to ask you now to be very careful, right? Just a little bit of that as you come through towards Muthaiga Square. And traffic, most parts of the city, I think will even out in no time. We didn't even see much happening coming off the Eastern Bypass. Is there something going on that nobody has told the rest of us about? Also, just a little bit of traffic on Ring Road Westerns. Now is when we're seeing it start to build up on James Gishuru. Maybe late bloomers for traffic around that area. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as we're coming to the end of traffic hour in no time. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Thank you for being with us since 6 a.m. Even as we continue into conversations this hour, great to have you in the room across platforms, and everybody who's tuning in, wherever they're tuning in from today, Karibu Sana. We won't forget to ask, where is Mukuria? A sad story of a young man who disappeared on the 25th of June. His mother has been looking for him for 56 days, and he was taken into a police vehicle 56 days ago. His friends released, he not. Where is he? Say his name. Where is Mukuria? As we get into a conversation for this hour, CT, remind us why it's important to pay a little bit of money to make sure that you're all right.
Well, as you put it correctly, how do you know that you're all right? Because you're walking, you don't feel unwell? Well, there are some ailments that by the time they manifest, you are definitely going to hospital, and the likelihood of you exiting into the next world becomes a reality. Wow. Now, to avoid all that, all you need to do is to go and get yourself checked. Now, the Okoh University Hospital understand this well, and that's why they're making the offer for 9,950 Kenyan shillings in any of their facilities across the country. You will be able to get this comprehensive checkup that tells you exactly where you stand in terms of your health. If there's something isn't quite where it's supposed to be, there's an invasion of some alien microbes in your system, any harm that might be caused, they will give you an indication of what you need to do so that you can actually prevent something that may be a small problem, but who knows, may lead to be disastrous.
Indeed. 99.50, get it all checked so you know what to do next. All right, want to go to university abroad? What country are you looking at going to? The UK, Australia, Cyprus? Do you know where Cyprus is? Germany, Turkey, the UAE? Where do you want to go? Well, any of these countries that I've mentioned and a few more will be on display at the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair that takes place on the 31st of August. In 9 days from now, you'll have an opportunity to go sit with universities across board, apply on the spot and gain admission, apply for scholarships and get some, get your visa consultation tucked under, and people who will be there to be able to advise you what to do in terms of housing and accommodation. One-stop shop for everything. You got to be invited though. How do you do that? You register www.cradel.com. That's CRAYDEL. Register there. You will then go on the 31st of August to the Gallant Mall in Parklands in Nairobi. And from 11 p.m. to 4 p.m. you'll be able to schmooze with all these people from all these universities. And you could actually walk away at the end of the day with your admission, scholarships, visa, information and everything intact. How about that? Do it. Register, or you can call 0799 000 444 and get your university education clicked in. Okay, our guest for this hour is seated. It's good to see you, Wakili Danson Omari. Good morning.
Morning. Am I seated or am I standing? It's only that my height is small.
Well, the law is very clear.
Even in Mwangaza's case,
the law is
it's
very
not clear.
Well, you guys always want to tell us the law is very clear. Now, whether you are seated, where your posterior is,
that is our tool to make money.
I know. You say it all the time, even when it is clear as mud.
It can never be clear. It is clear as per your instructions, your client's instructions. The law is always on his side or her side.
Okay.
And the advocate on the other side, the same. But when we are at Spice, it is very clear that we are at the epitome, the apex of the radio station of the country.
Unatupakia siagi.
Mimi nimeambiwa na watu. The base is the apex.
Okay.
There is the Supreme Court. And the radio stations are gauged in terms of seniority. Spice is the supreme.
Asante sana. We'll take the compliment and we will raise you a proverb from Chad.
Yes. What you've just done, and we are grateful, is what we say in Kiswahili, unatupaka siagi. Na tumeshukuru. When you befriend a chief, that's how the statement begins, and that's how the proverb begins. Remember, he sits on a rope.
You can't calculate the proverb, Wakili. You can't.
Are you Googling?
You can't pull out your calculator and put the proverb and then say, calculator, tell me what it means.
I want to know whether it is his or it is a quote.
It is not mine. It is
He
a
has
quote.
disowned that it is not his.
It's not his.
No, it's from Chad.
It's from
Chad.
Yes, I am merely regurgitating what the Chadians had said about a certain matter.
What do you think the Chadians are saying, Wakili?
I'm not a Chadian, but what they are saying is exactly what they mean.
No, you can't do these things here.
It is very clear
Not,
that it is from Chad.
we want to know how would you interpret that proverb?
Yes, your thoughts, really.
Let's repeat it for the benefit of those who didn't hear what it is.
When you befriend a chief,
Yes.
remember, he sits on a rope.
When you befriend a chief, the day you intend to get the person who decides on any matter, because a chief in Chad must be the person in authority, whichever authority, charge, home, everywhere. Then remember, he's sitting with a rope, or he's sitting on a rope. He can sit, decide to hang you. He can sit, decide to give you a rope to move to the destination that you want. So to me, it means be very, very, very careful when you are dealing with a person in position or in authority.
See?
I didn't get a chance to brag.
No, but you've done it very well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
Imagine.
Yes.
I'll swear an affidavit to be a Chadian now.
Imagine. Okay. So, Karibu Sana, good to have you here again. Of course, you're no stranger to the seat, but it's hot anyway because there are lots of issues hotting up, and we're looking at impeachment and the rule of law.
Yeah.
We've had conversations previously about, should it be so easy or difficult to impeach one in a position that is impeachable? One in an elected position in country then is impeachable, and what we've seen with the serial impeachments of still Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, and we have to ask for an overview of where this sits with the law today. We saw a series of things happen. For the third time, the MCAs brought her brought an impeachment motion against her. It sailed. Senate sat in record time. Submissions were heard. Decision was made. And then at midnight, her counsel went to court essentially under a certificate of urgency and said, we're appealing this. Court said, okay, we can take that into consideration. In the meantime, she remains governor, because otherwise what would have happened is that as of tomorrow, or rather of yesterday morning, she would have vacated the seat. Deputy governor takes over, right? High Court says, okay, well, we're going to hear this come September. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. What is going on?
Well, I love to disclose that Governor Mwangaza was my client in the first impeachment, for the benefit of the viewers and listeners. What is happening is, before the court spoke, was a political process. Once the court was seized with the matter, it becomes a legal process. The proceedings in Meru County Assembly were political in nature, but they had to comply with provisions of the Constitution and the law. The MCS impeached the governor 3 times. 3 times, the Senate twice, it did not agree with the MCS.
Yes.
The 3rd time, it has agreed with the MCS. The standard of proof at the MCA level and at the senator is not the standard of proof that the courts will want to see. The law has provided for grounds to impeach a governor. Those grounds, when they are being dealt with politically, the vote, it is about the majority votes. Reasons for impeachment are never taken care of seriously. If the Senate and the Assembly decides that they don't want the lady because she has long hair, that will be a ground for impeachment. It is a political process. But now the Constitution provides for legal mechanisms to check whether there is an abuse of the due process in the county assembly and in the Senate. Those who are alert saw my good senior lawyer as a Ongoya disappear from the proceedings after he realized that the politics has already decided his client must be impeached. He must have gone to prepare the pleadings. A good lawyer will always have a plan B. In the event or in the unlikely event this thing happens, do I have a recourse? So the lawyers of the governor had prepared for in the unlikely event they lose. So they made their pleadings. They only inserted the number of votes and filed that certificate of urgency. The court acted within the law, understanding and taking cue of what happened in Wajir when the governor was impeached. What happened with Governor Sonko, where impeachment ended. And there was a judge waiting at 8 a.m. The gazettement was done at midnight. And the new governor, Kanan, was sworn before the court started sitting. So the courts have taken notice of how politics is played. So what I will advise and what I saw is that the people wanted the governor out were not smart. The lawyers outsmarted them. Because if they sought and looked at the history of how impeachments are done, the deputy governor was supposed to be sworn in at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m.
Okay, hang on. So we're looking at a process that went well into the night, into the morning.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying is that there should have been preemption on the side of the courts.
No.
Or there should have been preemption on the side of the county government, or preemption on the side of advocates to make sure that certain processes took place in order to avoid an appeal going to court.
Because Amason King actually did gazette.
Amason King is a senior advocate. He was gazetting what has already been overtaken by events.
All right.
There is a court order stopping execution of the decision of the Senate. Where the dilemma is that a judge has stayed the implementation of Governor Kawira's ouster. It is another judge who can only swear Kawira in. No judge will disobey an order of another judge. If it was a senator, or if it was the speaker of the Senate going to swear in Kawira, then we will say they will defy and proceed with that. What we are saying, several lessons that are coming out, is that we need a law to say after impeachment. An impeachment is like a general election. The president is not sworn in immediately. The Kibaki fiasco, where elections were declared and Kibaki was sworn in at night, we cured it by saying after the election, there are days specified to allow anybody to move to the Supreme Court to challenge the decision of IEBC. Once that decision comes out, then a program for swearing in of the president is specified, the time between 10 to 2. So there is that lacuna in governor's position.
Is there no way that would have been overturned? Because here you are saying that a particular scenario could have come about, because you're saying that somebody should have been prepared to swear in the deputy governor, right? To swear in the deputy governor at 3 a.m.
There are two sides of this coin. The lawyers who wanted and the MCAs who wanted the governor out slept on their job. They have lost. The lawyers who are defending the governor have pulled a fast one and succeeded to secure a breathing space for their client.
For 15 days, what I mean? What happens after that?
If you look at the Embu fiasco, the former governor of Embu was impeached from the Embu County Assembly, was impeached at the Senate. He got the first reprieve of 15 days at the High Court. He stayed in office until the next general election. Because from now, that matter being heard, the lawyers of the governor will not be ready to proceed. They will be raising very many applications after applications. The date that matter is going to be argued, I'm sure the lawyers will be filing another application saying this matter raises very constitutional heavyweight. We need a free bench judge. That matter must go to the Chief Justice. 3-judge bench. To decide. That is time. From there, it will proceed. Remember how long the BBI took? 4 years. Uhuru started it with black hair. It ended, he had white hair. Okay. The finance bill started. We are still in the drama at the Supreme Court. So, Kawira, and I know the lawyers of Kawira are sharp, they are likely to sustain her through the court orders for another 2-3 years. And she might be seeing 2027 as a governor. Right. The legal process is slow, painfully slow. It is what Kenyans chose.
Let's quickly look at why she was impeached. I think it's important because people are arguing that we shouldn't make it so easy to impeach, whoever is in positions that can be impeached. But looking at what the Speaker declared, Mwangaza was removed on 3 grounds of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. I mean, we uphold our Constitution here, and when such allegations are brought before the Senate, Kenyans need to question, not once, not twice, but as an advocate and understanding this and being advocate, prior, why would it be so easy to push this? These are allegations we see over and over again. It's always gross misconduct. It's always, a violation of the Constitution. Some would question why it's always so easy to be impeached based on these 3 allegations for most people who are, impeached or are foreseeing impeachment.
The 3 grounds are grounds specified by the Constitution.
Yes.
That those are the only grounds available for anybody to impeach the president, to impeach the deputy president, to impeach the governor, and to impeach the deputy governor. The law provides for that. The question that is there is the threshold of the evidence to prove that.
All right.
At the county assembly, none of those sitting as the judges, the MCAs, have the capacity and training to verify the veracity of the evidence. At the Senate, there are lawyers there, but they are not qualified in terms of evaluating and making judgment of the evidence produced. As I said, that was a political process. Whatever the politics, they'll define what abuse of office means. It will be defined from a political angle. Now that we have entered the court, the Munya case and the governor from Embu case has defined what you need to prove, the threshold of the evidence. And that is now when we are going to see those alleging what they alleged. Can they prove legally? The proceedings in the Senate, for those ones Kenyans who viewed, the lawyers of the governor were not addressing the senators. The lawyers of the governor were asking questions that ought to be dealt with in the High Court. Was there public participation? The minutes from every ward appeared to be the same, copy-pasted. Only the names of the attendants changed. Those are the questions that the court will want to see. Who are these people who attended? Can they prove they were there? The lawyers might be asking for their data, mobile telephone data, to bring by geodata whether they were present in that meeting, to prove that. So the threshold in the court is different it is going to be a bloodbath for those ones who made the allegation.
If they ever get to it, because what you've told us is that it's possible for lawyers to be filing application after application. Will it ever get to bloodbath status? By the time we know it, election 2027 is hitting us in the face.
The High Court must make this decision. I'm sure before 6 months are over. Then we move to the Court of Appeal.
All right. How long?
Then they move to the Supreme Court. Both parties have no truth. Remember, this is a matter that was even sent to the Njuri Njeke. And Njuri Njeke said the type of animosity from both sides, we don't want to settle. I wish they even came at Spice. You will have raised the hearts. I've been in this matter. It is life and death for the two sides. They cannot agree. And because they can't agree, the Supreme Court will decide. What I'm saying, Kenyans wait for the drama in court. It is a long haul. It is not an easy matter. And courts are not going to deal with this matter. Remember, election petitions have timelines.
Yes.
Impeachment motions have no timelines.
So we can just keep doing this thing.
It will proceed like any matter in court. Why is this matter life and death? I want to tell Kenyans this. All crimes in this country, murder had the severest punishment. That was life, imprisonment, or to be hanged. The Murwatetu case now has made the punishment of murder, you can be jailed for 1 day. You can be jailed for 10 years. You can be jailed for 4 years. What is the punishment for impeachment? It is a life sentence that you will never hold any public office. All your life. Sonko can never, Waititu can never hold an office forever. You can't appeal anywhere. Remember, when Sonko, the Supreme Court threw him out, I rushed to the East African Court of Justice myself.
Yes.
Because this is a punishment. You are going to serve till death. This is a punishment where it is a political decision. People don't like your beard, and they just remove you.
Is it? Does it get that trivial, really?
That is how serious.
Triviality is...
Politics is based on interest at a particular moment. Politics, shortly, the political machinery was seeing the Raila faction as the bad boy. The team was bad. They were the ones being arrested. Today they are in government, they are turning to be arresters. They are arresting those who are arresting them. Those are the politics of the day. It is based on emotions. It is based on interest. It is not based on any logic. It's not based on any scientific
And yet
reason.
we invite the law to be the vanguard of this entire process. And we're saying that it's not based on anything legal, but you're going to bring in the law as the referee.
After the politics has done their drama, the law now has taken over. You have alleged, proof.
Are we confident that the law is not, going to be compromised? Because we've seen a number of times people saying, well, the parliament, which is supposed to be the supreme organ and is constitutional in as far as legislature is concerned, has been, of course, they say, bought by the executive. There have also been, concerns about the position of the judiciary in as far as its independence is concerned and how strong the force from politics can be. And perhaps it's just good to hear then. You've said that the law is the law, it works and anchored on the Constitution. Kenyans would ask then, how confident are we then that the hand, which is claimed here on the papers, State House, etc., wouldn't have an extra hand as far as the judiciary corridors is at this state or position or level we are in with Mwangaza?
Can I ask a question? Is there any arm of government where there is no politics?
Is there?
It's a simple question.
The judiciary has no politics.
Wakili.
The judiciary has no politics.
Okay. Right.
The judiciary will decide matters based on the evidence produced and the law. The layers in the judiciary are 4. So that if you infiltrate one layer, you will have to infiltrate the remaining 3 layers. At the judge's level, one judge will hear the matter. there's a possibility of an empanelment of 3 or 5. At the Court of Appeal, 3 judges must sit, with a possibility of empanelment of 5 judges or 7 judges. At the Supreme Court, 5 judges must sit, with a possibility of 7 judges sitting. So anybody who thinks that this is a matter you can be able to get one judge to give you a favorable decision, that is a temporary reprieve. That reprieve, if not based on law, will be challenged at the higher court.
Okay.
So that those filters, Kenyans put them there because the judiciary, for the first time, is that the judiciary is a permanent arm of government, while the executive and the legislature are casuals, employed for 5 years, and they go home.
Okay, let's take a break on that note, and we're going to come back and open this up just a little bit more of impeachments and the rule of law. What's going to happen next? And then we can go and dive into then, should it actually be easy to impeach one who's been elected? And cheapening it is what some of the words that we've heard come out of this recently. So let's look at what the law has to say about that. Dan Sodomari is our guest this hour as we look at some of these issues. It's 27 minutes to the top of the hour. We continue after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge. Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It would die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IEBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the B's and the P's. Kila kitu mkisia akisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions continue in Nairobi. This morning we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 12. 27 will be the high in a cloudy. Nakuru at 16. 13 and cloudy in Nyeri, going to highs of 19. And at 13 it's cloudy at Eldoret with highs of 20. We're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 25 with highs of 29, while 29 would also be the high in a cloudy Malindi at 26. It's 20 and mostly cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 25, while at 17 it's cloudy in Kakamega with highs of 23 and lows of 16. Kampala still raining at 26. That'll be the high, coming down to lows of 18, and at 24 it's sunny in Dar es Salaam with highs of 30. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 11 with highs of 25, while Mogadishu is cloudy at 27. Addis Ababa at 14 is cloudy. Lagos mostly cloudy at 24 with highs of 30, and sunny conditions at 20 in Kinshasa with highs of 30. Into a sunny Beijing at 33 and a sunny Paris at 12. Clouds are high in London at 17 and 17 degrees and clear in New York Wednesday night, coming into Thursday, highs of 25 and lows of 16.
Spice up your life.
All right, let's wrap up with what's going on with roads today. Not much going on in terms of traffic. We're going to keep an eye on things and see what happens as we go through it. We've not done too badly this morning with traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway, and that is done and dusted. There's a little bit of it left on James Gishiro coming out towards Waiyaki Way. And then also, we saw a little bit of traffic on Muthaiga Square going towards the Pangani Tunnel, but that is done as well. Eastern Bypass behaving well. And I think we'll go through the morning without too much of an issue, and we'll talk through it. SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 23 minutes to the top of the hour, as we look at impeachments and the rule of law and what is going on here with this most recent one. Danson Omari, even as we get in, because I know Anki has like 53 million questions, but should it actually be easy or difficult? Because when did the impeachment motion come to? Last week. And it was clear that the county assembly had met 1, 2, 3, impeachment motion delivered. She was impeached. It had to go to Senate. By Monday, submissions were made. Tuesday midnight, the thing is done. It seemed like an easy process because of the time. It seemed as though it was something very easy that happened. So one of the questions that have been asked by governors, interestingly enough, and that they want to be able to say, the Council of Governors did come up with something a couple of years ago, led by Ann Waiguru, and they said, you know what, if you want to impeach a governor, let this person work for at least 2 years. Let's say that any impeachable offense, whatever that you think you want to bring, let them have been in office for 2 years. Then in the third year, if you bring something like that, while that is going on, allow them to work for the fourth year. By the time you're done, there's nobody you're impeaching. So the overarching question is, should it actually then be so, and I'm going to put easy in quotes, to impeach an elected official, governor, deputy president, whatever? Should that process be that easy?
Mm-hmm. One, the Council of Governors spoke. Those are aggrieved parties. They are casualties of impeachment. So they were conflicted and they took a position for self-preservation. Two, the people who have this power to impeach are the same people who make the law for impeachment. Parliament. Senate and Parliament make the law. Constitution does not provide for the modalities, the law, the procedures, what is supposed to be done. It provides for the threshold, the principles for impeachment. Parliament has not made a law that favors the rule of law. Parliament, being the Senate, they regulate themselves. That is why once a matter arrives there, they can say, we are hearing this matter now, and we are deciding this matter now. Among the issues that have gone to court is one, was the impeachment allowed by law. Kawira Mwangaza had a court order stopping the Meru County Assembly from proceeding. They proceeded in total disregard of a court order. That issue has been raised now. It was also brought, they argued it and dismissed it. They argued it in Senate, the Senate dismissed it. That is one issue. If Parliament cannot follow the law, but they want the law to be enforced against Kawira, it is going to be a big order. Number two.
I'm sorry, I need clarity on what preceded that particular order on the county assembly, or what you just said earlier on, when the Senate acted in disregard of that order. What preceded that order, so that we understand why the court declared that in as far as the county assembly is concerned?
When the notice to start impeachment proceedings was issued by the Speaker of the County Assembly, Kawira got us an order to stay the proceedings.
Okay.
All right.
Why?
Under the law, a matter in court cannot be discussed in Parliament under the rule of sub judice. That matter must wait, and a decision is done, then you can discuss it in Parliament.
So then why was that not upheld?
The Assembly and the Senate was blinded because of politics.
So there was a contravention of the law?
Complete.
So how come that was not raised?
It was raised.
But then nothing was dealt with.
It was dismissed.
It was dismissed, yeah.
The Speaker dismissed it. Both speakers dismissed that legal argument. The same arguments are the grounds they have gone to the High Court and said this process is a nullity because the procedure were not followed. The process is illegal because the court had stopped it. You cannot legitimize an illegality. So all these things that has been done, we might hate Kawira. We might want Kawira out. But the law says, do it within the law. They have a legitimate reason to remove her. Let them follow the law for removal of the governor. The law was never followed. And that is why the judge immediately seeing a court order from Meru High Court, seeing the procedures, how it was done, seeing the chaotic nature of how it was done. In the Munya case, the court said it is upon the speakers of the Senate to allow every member to participate. How many members were allowed to participate? Not even a third of the members of the Senate. How many abstained from voting? Who listened to the voice of the women senators? They were ignored. It turned out to be a butcher for women. So those are the issues that have been raised to the High Court through this petition filed by my good brother, my friend Mutuma. And I'm telling you, courts will always follow the law. Senate, Parliament imagines they are above the law. They are supervised by the judiciary. The judiciary is the last bastion that protects the rule of law. So Kawira has gone to say, you have valid grounds, but follow the law to impeach me.
Out of curiosity, let me just get this from a layman's perspective. And we have seen it, you know, here and there where someone runs to court before their arrest because they are expecting an arrest and the courts will stop the arrest.
Yes.
Now, for the case of Kawira Mwangaza, she went, you know, beforehand and the court stopped that process. I mean, someone would want to understand on what basis, on what grounds, and even if it is justified, that one should smell it from a distance, that this MCAs were planning this impeachment process and goes before them to the courts and the court stopped the process. Just explain to us what in the law allows her to go before the courts and have that order before the impeachment process, even though they have a real reason to get her out of office.
You can go to court after the fact. After you have been arrested, you can go to challenge that arrest.
All right.
You can go to court in anticipating that you are going to be arrested. Then you get what the law provides called anticipatory bail. Like the one I did for Matiang'i.
Right.
So that you cannot be arrested. But you'll be told you proceed and you can stop an illegal prosecution. A malicious prosecution. Like Kawira knew the due process is not going to be followed. She went to court because the summons and the motion for impeachment had been tabled without due regard to the provisions of the law.
So what are we talking about here? Because, you know, you've said, look, there's the rule of law, and the vanguards of the rule of law in this country is the judiciary.
Completely.
Okay? But there are court orders that have been given, not followed. Anybody can do whatever they want, it would appear. Court order is given, whether you follow it or not, okay, well, it depends on, you know, what color the sky is that day. Then we are going back to the same court to say that this process, which was skewed or flawed here, we need you to now sort it out here. How?
The only thing
if that is not held in high regard in terms of what said should be followed, how then can you trust outcomes or processes?
The executive and the legislature wants to operate with the convenience, not with the law. The executive wants always to operate with the convenience. When pushed to the corner, when you hear teachers are going on strike, it is the same government that runs to court to get an order to declare that strike illegal. When that court says, pay these people their salary, then they say, this is a paper. The conveniency of the executive, when the court has spoken in their favor, they will always tell you, we respect the court order. When that order is against the citizens, when the order is against parliament, then they'll tell you, we'll not do anything. So, the court will continue issuing orders. Whether they are complied with or not, the court will not stop adjudicating and deciding matters based on the law. When Zuma was the president of South Africa, he ignored all the court orders.
All plus, yes.
The only one he complied with is when they sentenced him to go to jail.
Okay, sorry, I have to go back to that because it seems as though, it's not just in South Africa. Here, people ignore court orders.
Yes.
What happens?
And walk scot-free.
Yeah. What happens when a court order is ignored? The issuing officer of the court who gave that order is seeing it. They're not somewhere on Mars. They're seeing that this is being ignored. What's the recourse for something like that? Whether it is parliamentary, whether it is individual, whether it is... If somebody ignores a court order, let me ask it like this.
Contempt of court.
What is supposed to happen with the ignoring of a court order?
There is what is called a contempt of a court order. Once the court has spoken, because under the law, court orders are not mere aesthetic papers.
It would appear as they are.
But they have been made to appear like that. No private citizen has ever tried to disobey a court order.
This is what I was going to say, because you as a private citizen, you try to disobey.
You try. Today, 1 million policemen will be brought, including those ones in Haiti, to come and look for you. But when it is an order against the state, it is the same state that controls the police. The police are the enforcers of court orders. The judiciary does not have a police force.
All right.
This is where we get a problem. So that the orders against the state, the orders against cabinet ministers, the orders against principal secretaries, the orders against serious state house operatives become paper. What is the end of that?
Yes.
The country now starts going into saying, because we cannot get an order against government, because government is above the law, citizens take and read Article 1 of the Constitution. We the people, we are the sovereign. They go to the streets. They take power by force. They eject those ones who are not ruling the country by the rule of law, and they have turned the country into a banana country. What we saw in the demonstrations was a clear indication that the government has refused to comply with the court orders. The government has refused to listen to what the Kenyans want, and people will force them to listen. The law provides for Article 37 to demonstrate. The law protects the sovereignty of the courts, and my appeal to anybody today who has power should be knowing that power is transit. Power changes. Those who were arrested are now being arrested. And those who are arrested now will be arrested next time. That is the beauty. Trump is now facing the law. He was the law himself.
But he's vying for president.
It doesn't matter. He's facing the law. If the courts clear him, he has faced the law.
Okay.
So what we are appealing to citizens and what we are appealing to state, respect the rule of law, respect court orders. If you are aggrieved with a court order, appeal.
So I would dread, though, if we close this show without hearing his comment on a petition right before me here. And I hope it's okay for me, Wakili, to bring this forth.
Yes.
Someone is seemingly, bringing in a very interesting angle. And if I read it, this is a petition in the matter of many articles in the Constitution, including 1, 2, 3, 10, 19, 20, 21, 22, all the way. I mean, there are particular articles of the Constitution of Kenya. And in the matter of the violation, according to this petition, of Articles 38, 47, and 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, in the matter of County Governments Act number 17 of 2012 and Section 18. I mean, it's a lot of wordings, but what is important is that between and in the matter of the unprocedural and illegal, according to this petition, removal from office of the governor. We're having in the petitioner number 1, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, and respondent Speaker of the Senate of Kenya. This is filed by Elias Mutuma. This is what we're talking about, essentially. Now, a lot of Kenyans would say then, Wakili, because it's very sad to hear that we can play after having a very good constitution promulgated, you actually saying that, okay, these things happen, and we have them on paper, and people are walking out here. Does it mean we have a weak judiciary? I don't know what you think, because you saying that people actually disobey court orders, Wakili, nothing serious happens. So we are playing around with either the courts, the judiciary, or we just don't have a strong judiciary because
it's just bad manners.
Or just bad manners, but they get away with bad manners. Or people are saved by politicians.
The courts are firm.
Are they?
The courts are firm.
To a particular people.
The courts give orders. The courts don't have mechanisms for enforcement of those orders. It is upon Kenyans to see, do we create a police division under the judiciary for implementation of their orders? Here is an order saying arrest the Inspector General. That order is to be served to who?
Okay.
The Deputy Inspector General to arrest his boss. Here is an order against the Minister for Interior. He is in charge of all security apparatus, excluding the military. How do you send a constable to arrest the Minister of Interior? Here is an order to arrest the Chief of General, the Defense Forces of this country. How will the policemen go to the barracks?
The law is supreme.
The
Arrest
law
him.
is supreme.
Yes.
The practicability of enforcement is where there is the problem.
Okay.
What we are saying, the law is clear, but the law is not clear when it comes to practicability of enforcement. That is the issue. Until we deal with that question, because the only person you cannot arrest in this country or charge in a criminal matter is the president. Only one. But the offenses the president will do will start being kept in the investigation file. Immediately he leaves office. He'll take plea. So the law as it is, Kenyans have made the best laws. Where we fail, and I hope today a new Inspector General is being sworn in. I expected that question to be asked when he was being vetted. How will he ensure his officers will arrest cabinet ministers? How will he ensure his officers, whether which rank, can arrest anybody in compliance of the court order? The problem in this country is the selectivity of enforcement of court orders. And because of that, the rule of law has spilled to people resulting into thuggery. The duration as a man who steals chicken, the process from him being arrested and being convicted is 2 hours.
It's very short, indeed.
The process of a cabinet minister or a political honjo takes 10 years. the matter has never started.
How should this be curtailed? Because it's a big question. I've had a very, very serious issue with this, that if the law is the law, it should be the law. If justice is justice, it should be justice. So how do we see these excesses, because they are excesses, how do we see them curtailed? You can't say that a justice system works well for one and then it doesn't for the other, or it works better for another. You can't.
We need a complete conversation with the law enforcement agencies. The moment we allow the executive to be the decider who becomes the Inspector General of Police. Did you see an advert for that post? It was not there. The president nominates whoever he wants. The moment we do a charade of who becomes the enforcement agencies leaders, if ESCC, if the DCI, if we have the Inspector General of Police, if we have the KRA bosses, if we have the KW bosses, we have the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the ESCC and the others, not having a competitive recruitment of people of integrity, people with track record. If we are rewarding cronies in those critical sectors, don't expect anything from them.
Should the county government of Meru be dissolved?
Just like that?
Should it be? Because, I mean, come on. It said go back to the ground, sort this thing out, because it looks like it will continue to be a perennial issue. In your opinion, should this all just, let's start from the ground?
Because what if she's not impeached again this time?
There is a law that deals with dissolving of a county. It has been attempted in Makueni by Professor Kibwana when he was a governor. And the process went through, signatures were collected, they were verified by the IBC, they were sufficient enough, they were presented to the president, a task force was appointed, it came out with a recommendation that the county government of Makueni be dissolved. Under the law, it is the president's prerogative to dissolve or not to dissolve. The president exercised his discretion and refused to dissolve. If mayor want to take that process, the law is provided for. Take the process. But at the decision making, it rests with the president. He is not bound. That is how now the president will dissolve it, not because of the facts. He'll dissolve it based on political arguments. And that is why we have slaughtered this country at the political expediency theater. We are looking at things from a political angle, not from a nationalistic, patriotic angle. The day we know that politics has no role in the management and of the affairs of the state, politicians come, go, the state remains.
That's a good note to end on. Wakili Danson Omari, thank you for being here this morning. I mean, it's all a watch and see. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in the next couple of weeks around this. And indeed, if the rule of law is the rule of law, it should be the rule of law.
And apply across to everybody.
There you go. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation today. And I'm going to remind you, I won't stop. Where is Mukuria? His mother's been looking for 56 days. Where is he? He disappeared on the 25th of June. Where is he? Say his name. Good morning. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6 a.m. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations is offering a cash reward to anyone who can provide information that leads to the arrest of Collins Jumaisi Halusha, a suspected serial killer who escaped custody Tuesday. The DCI stated in a public circular that anyone with credible information on this